am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by BusinessDay. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development. We want to thank you all for leaving behind your very busy schedules to be a part of this conversation today, as we go beyond the controversy to harness tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sector, which is our theme for today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm honored to be your compere for this occasion. Once again, I'd like to welcome you all and say, please put your hands together for yourselves for being here very early. And as we proceed in the agenda, I'd like to please make welcome the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Aigogun, as he gives us the welcome address.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me join in welcoming you warmly to roundtable this morning. She had asked that we applaud ourselves for coming early. And I saw virtually all the hands coming together. I'm not sure whether we all came in. But I have a burden for time. We need to get started so we don't punish people for coming early. So welcome once again. We are here to talk about tax. One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never. We are at a cross-section in Nigeria where two things are happening. There is, of course, the burden for fiscalizing the economy, for raising funding for the economy. But there is also the conversation around, and this is what democracy does, conversation around rights advocacy. And what I found very interesting in the tax debate is how different parts of the country pretended that the tax bills affected different parts of the country differently. In terms of geography, certainly it will affect you differently in terms of your income. It will affect you differently in terms of how you generate revenues. But I don't think, and I have not seen anything in the tax bill that is geographical, as some people wanted us to believe. But I'm happy that we have made significant progress. But I'm even happier today that the man who has led that process, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, who's chairman of the presidential group, is here with us this morning. He has said this many times, and it made a lot of sense to me. At the beginning, many of the people who were talking about the tax bills had not even read the bills. And many were not even interested in reading the bills. In Nigeria, everybody has an opinion. But the opinion that really matters as we proceed today include the opinion of people like Mr. Oyedele. And I'd like to welcome him warmly and to welcome our panelists warmly as well. I have absolutely no doubt that when we are done today, that you would accept that the time you have spent with us this morning has been well spent. Once again, let me welcome you warmly and to say that we are indeed very delighted to be in partnership with our friends from Olaniu Ajayi, who are here to ensure that we stay within the law and perhaps provide some deep insight from the work that they do that will help shape our conversation here this morning. That said, all I need to do now is get away from your way so we can get going. Once again, welcome and thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the publisher of BusinessDay. Please put your hands together again for him for that welcome address. And now we'll be going to our keynote address for today. And to give us this keynote speech is none other than the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms set up by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the fiscal policy partner and Africa tax leader at PwC, where he worked for 22 years, including over 10 years in top leadership positions, gaining in-depth knowledge and diverse experience ranging from tax advisory and policy advocacy to business strategy consulting, leadership development, and policy design and execution. He has the mandate to carry out critical reforms bordering on fiscal governance, revenue transformation, and economic growth facilitation. He is an accountant by profession and economist by training. He is an author, keynote speaker, mentor, and commentator on finance, business, and economic matters. I mean, the list is endless, but we'll have to just keep it here because we really, truly value your time today. Please join me in bringing up to the stage Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Business Day and my big brother for inviting me and for Olaniwa Ajayi for supporting this initiative today. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm also very grateful that Business Day are one of the very few organizations and platforms who tend to go beyond the general noise. There are people who actually think that the tax reform is about sharing formula for VAT because you could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. We have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them. So one of such provisions in the tax reform bills is the priority sector incentive. So before I go into that, just to do a quick refresher as to why we needed the reforms. I don't know why the reforms are necessary. It's because our fiscal space, the space for revenue, spending, and even how we borrow is constrained. We are not able to do the things we should be doing as a country. And the tax system is not conducive enough for growth. So our tax system has become an impediment to growth. It's holding us down. We can't move as fast. We can't grow as fast. And you would agree with me that Nigeria needs all the growth that we can get, particularly if we can make those growth to be inclusive. Our tax to GDP ratio has been one of the lowest in the world. The good news is, although this is not official yet, is that from just about 10% in 2023, we are now at about 13.6% of tax to GDP ratio by the end of 2024. Our target is to get to a minimum of 18% by 2027. So that is huge progress. We also recognize that that progress is not going to be enough until we can also demonstrate how that revenue is being used for the people. In 2022, the federal government spent about 97% of its revenue just to service debts. If that does not scare you, then you have to be from a different planet, because that means if you just continue with that for a few more years, it's total collapse, because it means that even salaries we're paying, you're borrowing to pay it. Once you get to that debt trap, it gets worse. And once countries get to that point, the only option they have is to print money, because the revenue is not coming. So you print money and you keep printing, and then you print even more, And then you have a Zimbabwe scenario where at a point, 100 trillion Zimbabwe dollar was barely enough to buy a loaf of bread. People were leaving money on the street because there was no point, right? You don't want that to happen to your country, but you need more than prayer. You need to take steps. So the good news is that 97 reduced to 75% by 2023. And the numbers are being finalized for 2025. We expect it should be in the region of 50%. So move from 97 to 50 in about 2 to 3 years is so remarkable. The budget deficit relatively is declining, and we're no longer monetizing budget deficit, which is asking CBN to print money for us to spend. They printed over 30 trillion naira during the past government, past regime. We also have issues around the tax policy where there is significant amount of inequity. We put too much burden on our most vulnerable taxpayers, whether they are low-income earners or they're small businesses. We chase them around, make life impossible for them. People are transporting food items from one state to another. They have to pay taxes every ton. One of the truckers said that they budget around 700,000 naira when they are bringing yam from the north to the south, one trip. So that is why you would also notice that when you look at the inflation data, the difference between the rural and urban inflation for food should normally just be transport. But in Nigeria, it's around 500 basis points. So you can't explain that with transport alone. These legal taxes are also a major part of the trouble that we are going through. Yam then gets to Lagos and the poor man cannot afford it. So that is not sustainable. Our tax system is not competitive, which means if you are thinking of where to put investment in Africa, we are unlikely to be the choice location. So 1 out of 10, when they come to Nigeria, it will be for other reasons, despite the tax environment, rather than in spite of it or because of it. Our tax laws were very old, ambiguous. We have multiple taxes, multiple taxing agencies, and the way we administer taxes is not efficient, very costly, very expensive, and there is also the lack of proper modernization and using of technology. So, what is our approach to the reform? So we said, well, let's do a reform that is people-centered, growth-focused, and efficiency-driven. Those three are very important because at the end of the day, you can say all the nice stuff, but how are you translating your policies into concrete actions on the ground? If you are people-centered, you will not ask people who are on minimum wage to be paying taxes just because you are looking for IGR. If you are people-centered, you will not be imposing taxes on food when majority of your citizens are just trying to feed themselves. So these things can be translated. If you are growth-focused, you will not be taxing capital and investments. I will let you invest. For many countries, we even subsidize your investment. When you start making the money, we can talk about taxes. Don't tax me upfront because you increase my risk. I'm not even sure I'll find customers yet. Efficiency driven also means we have to use more technology in how we do things. Why do people have to fill long forms, travel to pay taxes? Why do they have to pay 15 different taxes when they can pay just one, maybe on their phone, and they get the receipt? Okay, so all of those issues. So we have the fiscal framework around revenue, debt, and spending, including even how we look at government-owned enterprises, natural resources, government assets, And how do we ensure there's policy coordination, fiscal, monetary, trade and investment in particular, but other policies are also important. For tax changes, Donald Trump has now made, I'm sure that by the end of 2025, one of the most popular words will be tariffs. I think that's almost guaranteed already. But some people don't realize that tariffs are taxes. This is tax. See the problem that tax can create for the whole world. Tax. Just tax. Because anything to do with, I think two things are very important to human beings and how we behave. One is anything that will affect your freedom. The second one is anything that will affect your pockets. So when it comes to taxes, including tariffs, they affect your financial resources. So people pay attention to that. So in Nigeria, we're looking at all of that. So there's the tax reform bills, which is what people know mostly about what we're doing. But even the tariffs are under review as well, because we know that some of the tariffs are not making sense. A manufacturer came to one of our sessions and he was really well prepared. He brought all the documents he got from customs and everything. So he came to me and said, I'm producing these products. If you import that product, it's duty free. But he is producing it in Nigeria, he needs to import some inputs and he has high duties. So he was asking me, do they really want us to produce anything in Nigeria? So I said, well, nobody would have sat down to design it like that, but maybe somebody wasn't paying attention. So we see a lot of that in different places where those things require a lot of redesign. So we are also focusing on fiscalization, which is really using technology to ensure that when you issue an invoice, the taxman gets a copy. And things are linked together. Since you can't sell to yourself, you buy from someone and you under-disclose, you will know from the other person you bought from. We want to enable growth so that when the country grows, revenue will come as a consequence, including exports, including small businesses, and also promoting formalization. For example, in Nigeria, if you're a very honest person, very patriotic, you want to do all the right things, and you set up a business and it's Taiwo Enterprises, the maximum personal income tax you pay, no matter whether you made 1 billion profit, is less than 19%. Okay, about 18.6. That same business, the moment you register it as Taiwo Limited, that tax jumps to more than 40%. So the question is, in which part of the planet should you design a tax system that discourages formalization, when you also know that formalization is part of the ways to grow the economy and generate revenue? So these were things we have done to ourselves, I believe not by design, but maybe over time. Things just happened and we're not paying attention to them. So some of the deliverables that we have, this is on formalization. So you will see in the tax reform bills, you register your company with the CAC, your turnover in a year is less than 100 million, you pay 0% CIT, right? So what we're trying to do is tempt you, if I can use that word, we want to tempt you to formalize, because it will be attractive for you. You're not charging VAT, you're not deducting withholding tax, you're not paying CIT. Of course, we want you to grow. By the time you grow and you become 1, 2, 10, 50 billion, you're not going to run away, because we already have your data within the system. If you start a business today, chances are that it doesn't matter how small that business is, you are likely to have one asset or the other that you bought. Mobile phone, laptop, or a car. Today in Nigeria, you don't get the input VAT back. Under the reforms, we give you the input VAT back. The data we have globally shows that people are tempted at that initial phase to present themselves to the taxman because of the refund. But the reality is, once you present yourself, you are there. The day you start selling, you can't run away again. So these things have a way of paying off at the end of the day. So we also have deliverables around budgetary reforms, constitutional amendments. Some of the problems we are dealing with have their roots in the Constitution, like the fourth schedule empowers local government to tax us on wheelbarrow tax is there. It's so important to us, we put it in the Constitution. Bicycle tax is there. Radio, TV license or permits. In those days, you had a radio, you were a rich person. You had a TV. I grew up in a village where only 2 people had TVs, and they were black and white TVs that lived inside cupboard and they closed. You can't just open it anyhow. But we've gone beyond that. On our phones, we have radios, we have TVs. So what that means is all of us in this room now, we've not paid our taxes on our radio and TVs on our phones. But should we be collecting that in 2025? So the key performance indicators for us include ensuring there is enabling environment for growth, proper policy coordination, fair taxation, responsible borrowing when we do borrow, and sustainable spending as to how we apply the resources that we get. So what do we expect from all of these reforms? On the next slide, so I won't go through all the details because of time. So for businesses, we want there to be almost like de-risking businesses. Let's reduce your risk so that more businesses will be viable. Those that are viable will thrive even more. Let's lower your tax burden. So unfortunately, as many of you may have followed, the governors disagree with us on reducing the CIT rate because they don't want us to increase the VAT rates. We thought increasing VAT rate on limited items, reducing VAT to 0% on basic consumption, and reduce CIT rate significantly was a good way to stimulate growth. But we understand that you can't get everything done at once, and sometimes you may need to take a step back and say maybe it's not now, maybe it should be later. But even without the CIT rate reduction, which we had proposed should come down from 30 to 25%, we still have other provisions within the bills that will lower the burden of tax on businesses. Competitive tax regime, including the economic development incentive that I'll speak to briefly. Then for households and individuals, to provide some relief for them and also to lower their tax burden, as well as provide opportunities for individuals, small businesses, and households. For government, clearly, when the economy grows, government has, so you want to be the king of a village that has resources, not a poor king, right? So when your economy grows, you earn more respect, you have more resources, and therefore the mandate of leadership, it's easier for you to deliver on. Mobilize revenue for government, so we don't print money to spend, we don't keep borrowing, and to ensure there is fiscal sustainability, with our fiscal balance being healthy, addressing distortions, because we have distortions that have been created. You and I are doing the same business, somebody has the access to get the waivers and the exemptions, and you don't have the same access, and you operate in the same industry. Or someone is in a free zone, or they have been designated as a free zone, and they're producing the same thing you are producing and paying all taxes, and they're selling to the same domestic market. That's big distortion. It creates an unlevel playing field, which is not fair and sustainable. So the last slide I will discuss with you is to now discuss the Economic Development Incentive Scheme, which is the topic, the focus for today. So we have different kind of incentives in the Nigerian tax system today. One of the most popular and most commonly referenced is the Pioneer Status Incentive. So Pioneer Status Incentive was developed first on the basis of you are pioneering something. You know, you are doing something that we don't have in Nigeria. We used to import it to help us do import substitution and all of those kind of stories. And once you meet certain conditions, you are given the pioneer status for 3 years. If you meet the conditions again, may be extended for another 1 year and another 1 year, making a maximum of 5. So you can get it for 3, 4 years, or 5 years. But looking back now, we see a lot of loopholes. We see a lot of areas where the design could have been better, such that, you know, today you can get pioneer status, tell government all the good stories about what you want to do. Once you are given the pioneer status, you can be importing the items for which you get pioneer status. And because those items have been declared as pioneer products, you still don't pay tax. You can play the game as you want without paying taxes. We also have issues around when you are enjoying that pioneer status that the law says 3, 4, or 5 years, we preserve some of your tax attributes without going too technical, such that when you are done with the pioneer status, you have those additional benefits that can extend that's your pioneer status to even up to 10 years, depending on the size of those attributes. For example, the assets you use for the business are frozen in time, and they are considered to be assets acquired after you are done with the pioneer status. So that's when you now start claiming deductions for those assets. So in other words, the pioneer status incentive makes it difficult for government to actually estimate how much they were giving away, because there were so many things that were not clear. Investors cannot estimate how much they are getting precisely. Government cannot estimate how much they are giving away precisely. And really, what's even most important is what value do we get for the tax that we give away? Value for money. There was no scientific way of calculating that benefit to the economy. And there are also issues like even when you're applying for it, how much fee should you pay? Should you pay a fee to apply? How much fee should you pay? And so many other things. So we said, maybe this is an opportunity to just transform this whole incentive scheme. That's not the only one, but this is a major one. So we came up with economic development incentives. And we said we'll focus on priority sectors. Because it's not that the sector is pioneer. I don't know any sector you can really pioneer in the world. But a country can decide that this sector is a priority sector for them and give them special incentives. So these priority sectors that you see on the left, those are the broad categorization. When you go to the bill, you see more breakdown. I wanted everything to fit into one slide, so this is the summarized summary of how it looks like. So the major focus on the priority sector incentive is manufacturing. So you see a lot of it is maybe 90-something% is manufacturing. Service there is very small, right? And for a reason we can explain. And it doesn't mean that you agree with us, but at least we feel like at this point in our national development, we have to prioritize manufacturing because it comes with a lot of challenges and risks, capital intensive, you have to deal with cost of borrowing, You have to deal with moving things around and logistics, which you don't find in services. Then we also thought that it's important for us to be able to scale. So you don't want to give these incentives to everybody that brought 1 or 2 million naira to invest. You won't move the needle, and the people administering it will be bogged down with admin details. So we said, let's set a minimum threshold. You see, some of the sectors, you can't even go there. Look at utility. Utility, you need a minimum of 200 billion naira to be eligible in terms of your investment. Okay, so those amounts are the minimum investment amount. So even when you see a range, that's the minimum range, not the maximum, because some of them have subsectors. Then we also thought that there should be a sunset. So based on the available data we have today and our level of development, how long do we think we should incentivize this priority sector? So those are the things we have there as sunsets. If the laws are passed today and they're signed into law and they take effect on a particular day, this sunset begin to count from that day, right? So in other words, if you have 15 to 20 years for agriculture and food, some subsectors there have 15 years, some have 20. That's why you see 15 to 20 years. So it means that 20 years from the day the law commences, if you meet all the conditions, you can enjoy this priority treatment incentive. And once it's 20 years, although you can get the approval on the day it's 20, or 1 day, 20 minus 1 day, but you can't get it anymore from once it's 20 years. So which means if you get the incentive approval a day before 20 years, you still run the cost of that incentive, but you can't get a new one. Now, this priority sector incentive allows you to maybe not pay tax up to 5 years. And why did I say maybe? It's maybe because we're not going to exempt you from paying taxes. No. This priority sector incentive says, when you meet the conditions, we're going to focus on your investments. Based on the amount of investment you have made, that we can validate. So Industrial Inspectorate Division will validate the value of your investment. You will get 5% of the value of the assets as tax credits. For every asset that you buy, you get a 5% tax credit for 5 years. That's effectively you're getting 25% as tax credit. In other words, if this is one of my eligible assets, this mobile phone, and I bought it for 100,000 naira, then government will give me 25,000 naira as tax credit. This is like money in my bank account. Okay? I'll still claim my capital allowances on the assets. So nothing is impacted. I just have an extra credit. So what you then do is, at the end of the year, you will calculate your tax as if you wanted to go and pay the tax. Say, my tax for this year, do it like anybody else that has no incentive. My tax for the year is 15,000 naira. But do I have any tax credit from this special incentive? Yes.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Hello and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us on a lovely Friday morning. We will be starting off this morning with the newspaper review to see what we have on the front pages of the dailies this morning. And of course, I've got in the studio with me Mr. Joshua Bassi, editorial director here at Business Day. Will be our in-house analyst today. Good morning and welcome to the show, sir.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good to see you. How was your week?
Great.
Fantastic.
Hope yours was fine too.
It was okay. Like someone will say, it was a mixed bag. It was different things here and there, but we thank God for the week.
Yeah, we thank God.
Yeah. So let's start by seeing what we have on the front pages of the newspaper this morning. We begin this morning with the Business Day newspaper. Let's see what we have on the front pages of the Business Day newspaper this morning. It says, a little bit entertaining since it's the Friday. It says Nollywood challenges Hollywood's grip on local cinemas, and of course that's a really that's very, I expect that because Nollywood is doing a lot right now. And then it says unsold 92 million barrels of crude puts 19.6 trillion naira oil revenue at risk. And this continues on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Again, it says Nigeria others must preserve FX flexibility and lower trade barriers, and this is according to the IMF. But let's start by talking about Nollywood challenging Hollywood's grip on local cinemas. According to the writer here, the first paragraph says Nollywood is putting up a strong challenge against Hollywood's grip on local cinemas, competing favorably with films that have global appeal. So far, both industries have been locked in a fierce competition for viewers in Nigerian cinemas. So we're seeing that with all of what the filmmakers are doing these days. Apparently, when you go to the cinemas now, back in the days, when you go to the cinemas, you're seeing more movies from from outside the country. You're seeing movies from America, United States, Hollywood basically. But now you're seeing Nigerian movies, and Nigerian movies are not even playing second fiddle
at
like
all
before. It's not like so. Perhaps back in the day, you might see one or two Nigerian movies. This would be the last option. Like you probably go to the cinema. Maybe all of the foreign movies are sold out, and you don't want to waste your time. Like, okay, let me just grudgingly. But now
not anymore.
People are going to they're intentionally going all the way to cinemas to
watch Nigerian movies.
It's beautiful.
That tells you how far we have come as far as the Nollywood industry is concerned. Like you said, in the 80s, who was watching? We did not even have much of it, in the cinemas. So it was basically you go borrow and then slot it in and go see that.
Interesting time.
Like you said, Nigerians are intentionally not going to the cinemas to watch Nigerian movies, unlike in the past. So we without necessarily going to all of the detail in terms of money that they are making. Just the interesting thing is that it's no longer what it used to be when you would not find Nigerian movies in the cinemas. I remember back even in the 90s, early 90s, we would see more of American movies, you see more of Indian movies, all those all those. But now, with what people like Funke Akindele and the rest of the people in the Nollywood industry are doing, man, we are taking the center stage. The interesting thing also is that, Elizabeth, not only that Nollywood movies are doing well in Nigeria, we are also exporting, them to other countries, so exporting them to the United States, exporting them to other France or other countries. So we are no longer playing the second fiddle.
We are
actually competing. Seriously.
Competing on a very high note, not competing in a way that you are second guessing or you are not sure. Like, we are actually competing, and I think it's a very good time for the Nollywood industry, and I think this is going to last a long time. Not just last, but we're here to stay. Same as the music, and I think it says a lot about the entertainment industry. Today is Friday, we can't speak on entertainment. It says a lot about the entertainment industry that, when we talk about music, the other day, Bonner was in France, and he literally closed out the stadium. There are people from all over the world going to watch, and that's not just Bonner. There's Davido, there's Wizkid, all of them doing fantastic things. Arasta, Tiwa Savage. Nigerian music is
Yeah.
now is a very big export
Yeah.
now.
It's
a very
exporting
big export.
our
And
culture and whatever.
I think that that's an industry. You know, some days ago we are talking about industries that we must,
Yeah, we were
tap
talking
into.
about
Yes.
diversify our portfolios.
where we get our foreign
yes,
I think that's an industry that has really put Nigeria on the map and is bringing in so much for us. But I don't know about the I don't know much about the monetary side of things in terms of how much it's bringing in into the country as a whole, as against the individuals.
Okay.
I don't know much about the financials, like or how much it's coming into Nigeria as a whole. But I think
To the economy,
generally
to
when
the
you think
economy.
about to the economy, but I think generally when you think about it, the fact that if Liz is Borna and Liz is employing the house outsiders, those are its band members.
Yeah.
Now his band members are mostly Nigerian. That means that I'm employing, that means I'm bringing in money to the economy in a way, because if there are 50 outsiders, which there are more than, if there are 100 of outsiders, that's his band members, then you've employed 100 people.
100 people.
Then talk about all of the other dynamics. Is manager, is this, is
The
producer.
indirect
So
employment that
indirect
is also
employment.
creating,
So I think
apart
that's
from just
doing
direct
a
those who are
fantastic
directly
work.
working
Yeah.
with them. There are other layers of employment that what they are doing is also creating some form of indirect employment. Yeah, and where we must really commend these guys, Elizabeth, is that they started with that almost no government support.
Absolutely.
And they've gone big, and you can't push them. They are no longer. You can't brush them aside now.
They can't be overlooked anymore.
Yes.
They become a very huge part of when we're talking about Nigeria.
Whether you are talking about music, whether you are talking about film and what have you. I mean, they started just on their own, and they've gone a very long way now to making Nigeria proud within and outside Nigeria. So kudos to them.
Kudos to them. I mean, it's really lovely to see that Nollywood, Real Love is one of the movies that was in cinemas. It debuted in February, and it's lovely to see that it opened 99.3 million naira in February, landing third place in the title of fourth, claiming third place and claiming the title of the fourth highest grossing Nollywood movie.
Yeah.
Fourth. And that's really big. And that it's not just Real Love, it's a whole lot of them, different movies here and there.
Several others.
Just doing. And even if we talk about the YouTube movies, that's a complete game changer again. So beyond Nollywood, so there's Nollywood cinema movies, there's also the YouTube. Right now, another major driver of money into income is YouTube movies. Yeah. So YouTube movies right now are doing very well. And what makes YouTube movies even more interesting is the fact that they don't have to the cost of production. It's not so much. It's not as much as cinema movies. And then it's easy. It's on your YouTube channel. So all of those things are going to promoting for the cinema premiere of the movie. All of the YouTube movies don't have to do premiere. You just have to do all of your marketing on social media, and then people are watching. It's just their data. So
even a larger audience.
We've really come a very long way.
We've come a long way.
Let's talk about the unsold 92 million barrels of crude, putting 19.6 trillion naira oil revenue at risk. And this one is on page 30 of the paper. I don't know much about the story, but if you could throw more light on
also 92 million barrels of crude, so I mean, basically it means oil, crude oil prices are actually not stable now. As a matter of fact, they're actually falling. The prices are falling. So, and then we've talked about this story. I think in the course of the week or last when we talk about the fact that because of the volatility, which goes back to what we were saying, that we need to actually diversify and not just see oil as our main foreign exchange earner. Because we don't have control over this thing, and so we can see the consequence, and we are not able to sell that, and that's what is putting 19.6 trillion oil revenue at risk. Meaning that we might not actually be able to end that. So if we continue to see on solar, but if we are not able to sell, and so that's just how important it is for us as a country to see what else can we do beyond oil. What can we do beyond oil so that we don't continue to lose money in the event that oil prices at the international market, begin to go down. Because anytime it happens, Nigeria is like, what are we going to do? Implementation of our budgets, becomes a real problem, because we need money to be able to, we need the revenue to come in to be able to, implement our budget. Budget basically is just revenue and expenditure. If you don't have the money that you are projected to come in, then you won't be able to spend what you project to spend the money on. And if you don't spend money on what you are projected to spend money on, you won't grow the economy. And so you need money. So budget is really nothing without a revenue. And so that's what. So that's why we need to really see what else we can do, and beyond just relying more on oil, because we depend largely on oil revenue to do some of these things. Yeah, I know that others said it, but oil revenue still contributes largely to our ability to be able to earn foreign exchange. So that's just it. So
I think this next story also sort of ties into this one, because it says Nigeria and others must preserve FX flexibility and lower trade barriers, and this is from the IMF.
Yes, it's just an advice from IMF. Though sometimes the IMF advice, sometimes I think with a pinch of salt, because really, because sometimes they confuse us. I think we should just decide as a country the direction we want to go, stick to it, rather than just listening to IMF. That's my view anyway. Rather than just listening to IMF, because a lot of time you see them, talking from both sides of their mouth. And I think that's some countries that have decided to just go on their own without necessarily, taking IMF advice, hotline and sinker. Just do what they want to do. Design and define your economic policy, and then see how you implement it. Look at your domestic markets and just do the right thing without necessarily all of the time depending on what the IMF is telling you. Of course, that's my view.
That's your of course, and your view is very it's valid. Let's talk about what we have on the Punch paper this morning. The Punch paper says NEC postpones state police talks despite surge in killings, and NGF raises panel to tackle killings and proposes massive security personnel recruitment. Still on the Punch paper, it says EFCC gets order to arrest 6 CBEX promoters. So we're still talking about this CBEX situation. 13 governors fund rural electrification in 925 villages, and this is on page 33 of the Punch newspaper. And then below it says emergency. IBAS meets reps panel today. That's today, Friday, as protests continue. This continues on page 32 of the Punch newspaper. Then cybercrime says Chinese suspect forfeit 73 houses and 1,596 laptops, on page 14 of the paper. And then Obi versus Abure says INEC studies Supreme Court judgment. But let's start with the biggest one there. It says NEC postpones state police talks despite surge in killings.
The National Economic Council comprises of the state governors and the president, the minister. So really, they met yesterday, and one of the things that people expected them to talk about was the issue of state police. Actually, it was on the agenda, but I listened to the governor of Bayelsa State, Diri, when he was a briefing State House correspondent yesterday, that this could not be discussed. The issue of state police could not be discussed because it was far below. I mean, in the agenda that they draw up for the meeting, and so they could not get to a point where they should begin to discuss state police. But really, Nigerians are worried, really, because if you look at the killings, that are going on in the country, one would have expected that the issue of state police actually should be given a priority at the NEC meeting yesterday. But unfortunately, that was not the case. If you look at the headline by Punch, despite such in killing, so this was not discussed, because people have said, look, one of the ways to actually check this killing is for states to then have their own police, such that basically local police. If you have a police, for instance, assuming business where we are seated, is a state. You understand? Then we recruit the locals around here, and they know the terrain, right? So far better than if you have to bring in people, police from outside of this environment. So that's just the essence of this state police, such that we will be able to have people who understand the terrain, who know how to go in and out of the area, so they'll be able to check effectively aggressors, those coming in to attack people, and then be able to gather intelligence, because the locals will be able to have confidence that this is our own. We can share intelligence with them, and we are sure that they will not give us out. And so that's what we thought the NEC would take its time to actually discuss and prioritize yesterday, but unfortunately that was not the case. But it's also surprising why the issue of this issue of state police is lingering for so long, because the 36 states have submitted reports, and in fact they have agreed that we should create state police. So why the delay? Why the delay? We can't continue to have people being killed. If state police is one of the things that we think will help us to check these incessant killings, I think we should go ahead and have it. Joe, people have made the argument about the fact that it might be abused by state governors, but again, ask yourself, the current federal police that we are having, is it not being abused?
It's already been abused, so it might as well.
We should then prioritize. If state police is going to help us, it's going to go a long way to stopping killings. Which one is more important? Shouldn't we stop the killings?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then forget about how much of abuse that state governor will use state police to do? I think for me, if it is going to help us to check the killings, because the whole essence of government, I keep saying, really, and of course that is also in the Constitution. The essence of government is to protect lives and property, welfare of the people. That's the whole essence of government. If you are not doing that, you have no business being in government.
Then it's a
failure. We must find a way to stop these killings that are going on here and there. If state police is one of the things that we think will help us, and we have agreed, there's a kind of a consensus that state police will help. So why the delay? Unfortunately, NEC yesterday did not give it a priority, but I think at this time it should have been one of the things that the NEC should give a priority. I don't know other things that they consider more important than this one at this time.
It's something that really they should deal with as a matter of urgency, as against just treating it as just
very
something
important,
on the side.
very important.
It's really urgent. And quickly, let's talk about that one up there. It says, Atiku Saraki spearhead PDP resurgence amid key defections. What's all of that about?
A day before yesterday, the entire school of Delta State government, the governor, the entire school, even the former governor Kowa, defected to the ruling APC. And people have said, look, this is a big blow on the PDP, and of course even the coalition that Atiku and the Rufai are trying to spearhead to be able to challenge Tinubu in 2027. Well, that's the reaction to that, because we've seen defection from the opposition parties to the ruling APC. Even members of the National Assembly are also defecting to the APC. And people say, okay, look,
why is this happening?
Elizabeth, in Nigeria, there's no ideology.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the parties don't have ideology. I was young in the early 80s. We know what NPN, stood for. We know what UPN stood for. As young as I was then, I clearly understood what it is that those two different, because MPN was very clear. And you did not see this defection. You are MPN in the morning, then you are UPN in the evening, like we are seeing today.
Right.
You are PDP in the morning, in the night you are APC, else, in the morning you are NNPP. So no clear-cut ideology. So these guys are just for themselves. As far as I'm concerned, it's just to where do I get it for myself? How do I protect myself? That's what I'm saying. It is not because
that's what it's looking like.
It is not because there's an ideology. Okay, because if APC and PDP have clear-cut ideologies that okay, this is what we belong, this is where we believe in. As I will find it, you will find it difficult to jump ship. In the morning you are here, and then in the evening you are there, because it will not align with your own ideology, right? But because there is no ideology between the parties or among the different parties that we have today, so they keep going up and down, up and down. Those who have moved to the APC today, because the APC is in power. If PDP succeeds to the 2027, they will move to it, so it doesn't make sense. So what you are saying is that these guys are just for themselves, they're not for the people.
Not for the people.
And that's what is driving that. But of course, in reaction to this gay of defection that we are seeing, Sarake Atiku, they are saying that it wouldn't really, matter. They will still push for their coalition, but let's see how far they can go.
Let's just keep our fingers crossed and see how that all pans out. But let's just take one more story. The one from page 33. I mean, there's all different things going on. INEC studies Supreme Court judgment, but let's talk about the 13 governors funding rural electrification in 925 villages. I think that's
something positive. That's something positive, because rural electrification and those who are in the rural areas, you and I are in the cities, but there are people who are in the villages.
Am I in the city? Because I don't have light.
Anyway, but those are in the villages. Right. They should also be entitled to light and what have you. I mean, can't leave them in darkness. So if the governors are doing that, that's a welcome development, and we want more of that, more of those things that the governors can do in their respective states to help the rural people experience some form of positive life. Just that's what they should do actually. That's what they were voted in, to be able to earlier on we talked about the welfare of the people. A part of the welfare of the people is that if you live in an environment where there's light, there's a whole lot that you can do with light. I mean, so we commend the governors for doing that, but we expect them to do more to help the people in the rural areas.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's where we bring it to wraps on the newspaper review, but let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today, Friday, April 25th. So we see there someone on a wheelchair, but you can see that it's written FGN. That's federal government Naira FGN on that wheelchair. And then there's someone that is pushing it. Says the people. So the people are pushing. And then the man sitting FGN says, "Help! We are broke." And the people are hungry, but it's a little bit, it's unbelievable, because when you see the man on the chair, fat, well fed, says the people are hungry. How it's hungry because
it is the people that
then if you see
the people that are hungry that are pushing.
Yeah, so when you see the people that are pushing, right, the people, the man pushing, which is the people, is starved. So how is that person pushing the federal government of Nigeria that is well fed, sitting down, and then calling on and says help? Really, who is he talking to when he says help? We are broke. Who is the federal government of Nigeria talking to? Is it to me? I'm really curious. Like, who are you? If the federal government is saying help, so what should Lizzie be saying? And what should the people looking hungry and starved like that pushing the federal government of Nigeria? Look, is the irony for me, because you can't be this fat. Obviously, what we are seeing on that wheelchair, the federal government, that man seated, is not hungry. That person sitting on that chair cannot say he's hungry. Number two,
overfed, really.
He's overfed. Number two, he's not disabled. It's just because he's fat. That's why he's on that chair. Because that chair is not even a wheelchair at this time. So, and that's the reason why they have to push.
Yes, so that's the irony of our reality in Nigeria, Elizabeth. Those who are well-fed,
that's a very lovely pattern.
In charge of the resources, and they use it just anyhow, any way they like. And the people who are hungry are the ones who are then pushing.
Right.
The burden is on the people, not on those who are in government.
Exactly,
not
the people
on
are
those
starved.
Very captivating.
People should be the one. Yes,
cartoon by our cartoonist, always doing a great job.
Shout out to Mr. Asuko for that brilliant. Very brilliant cartoon. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Joshua Bassi. It's been lovely speaking to you this morning on the newspaper review segment. Up next is the big story. Do stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict in my mind, I say, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you wouldn't know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that priority incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you'll start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
In closing, the deputy editor of BusinessDay, Ololade Akimurele, reflected on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
Thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states. It was really exciting for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwun Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to the Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're exploring what the mass defection to the ruling party and weak opposition means for Nigeria's democracy. Ahead of the 2027 general election, Nigeria is witnessing a gale of defections of opposition politicians to the ruling APC. Keen observers of unfolding events within the political space are of the view that the continuing weakening of the opposition poses a threat to democracy in Nigeria. Others, however, believe that this development will reduce political tensions and forge better collaborations between federal and state governments. But how true is this? Well, to address this and so much more within the polity, we are being joined by Chief Martin Onogo. He's a former presidential candidate of National Conscience Party, NCP. He's also the head of Policy Positions Movement for Fundamental Change, MFC. You're very welcome to the show, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Right. Let me start by asking you how you would react to the sweeping defections of opposition politicians in Delta State to the ruling APC. Does this happen to give you any cause to worry?
No, not at all. And it's not surprising because you need to understand it. I think I will have, Elizabeth, very fundamental disagreements with you because in your intro, you talked about weakening our democracy. And my first question will be, is this a democracy? that will be my first question. But let's proceed. Because we expect it, we're not surprised. Now, if you look superficially on the political terrain today, then you may agree with those who think that Jagaban Tinubu is an emperor. And you have had many analysts use the term state capture. So if people are frightened by those circumstances, in my own particular perspective, I have publicly called this a maximum civilian dictatorship. Publicly. That is published multiple times. And that's why you may see why I disagree with your intro. So it's a dictatorship. It's not a democracy. And because of that, cowardly and corrupt people will align. Why? To benefit and to prevent the retaliation of the dictatorship. According to Professor Usman Yusuf, Jagaban Tinubu got 8 million voodoo votes. Voodoo votes. Of course, I agree with him. We can see what happened in Edo. The evidence is physical. It can be seen. We can see what happened in Rivers. So people are frightened. And the cowardly people will succumb. But the cowardly people are very few. And they're mostly corrupt people who can easily be harassed with EFCC and anti-corruption. So this does not bother any authentic patriot. And it cannot. And I think it is to the benefit of the opposition. Because it just helps us prove our point. Because if over 1 year ago, people like us call this a maximum civilian dictatorship, then what they are just doing, what they did in Rivers, what they did in Edo, that proves our point. So the regime is actually helping us in making our case. Thank you.
Let me bring in the editorial director here at BusinessDay, Mr. Joshua Bassi. I'm sure you would probably want to chime in to what you've just said about this being a dictatorship and not a democracy. So I'll give the mic to you.
Yeah, Chief. When you say, "Is this a democracy?" I think I tried to argue it. Well, it's not an argument, so to say. But the point is that yes, election is conducted. Yeah, people are declared winners. Yes, the case get to the courts, and it get to the highest court of the land. And of course, the rulings are given, and then of course, someone claims victory. And so that's why when you say, is this a democracy, one can still tell you, well, it's still a democracy because on election day, INEC will roll out the timetable, people will go to vote. And so those are elements of a democracy where people go and cast their vote. And then, of course, if the winners are declared, people are not satisfied, they get into the court or to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave a ruling, and then someone is still retaining power as the one who won the election. And so I don't know how you react to this. Because the courts are involved here, even to the point of a Supreme Court.
Yes, you're very right. The facts you have stated are clear facts.
Yeah.
And it will be dumb to contest the facts. But those are not all the facts. You said people went to vote. I went to vote. And that's why I say you're right. The question is, did the votes count? Omoyele Showore contested in that election. I contested in 2015. Showore contested in 2023. Showore said INEC imposed Tinubu on you. I agree with Showore. Professor Osman Yusuf said the 8 million votes Tinubu was given were voodoo votes. I agree. I agree with Professor Usman. So what I'm saying is that technical court judgments, especially when we have concrete physical evidence that the judgment was written by the Tinubu legal team, that is concrete, that is physical, that can be observed, then it's all a charade. Let me tell you, there are two pillars of democracy: the rule of law and the integrity of the ballot. Both are absent today. This is a maximum civilian dictatorship. The rule of law is completely absent. Look at the Lagos Coastal Road. You are doing 47 kilometers for 1.06 trillion. That is the most corrupt contract in the whole world since God created Adam and Eve. There is nothing more corrupt than that. 47 kilometers with 1.06 trillion. I'm a registered engineer, my friend. That road cannot cost 100 billion. It cannot. It's about 88 billion. It is 47 kilometers. And you're doing it with 1.06 trillion. Nothing can be more corrupt. That is a violation of the Constitution. That is a violation of the Procurement Act. This is complete lawlessness and impunity. Now, let's go beyond that. Federal character. Look at the appointments. There are 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. How many ministers do you have? 47. How many are from the southwest? 10. Work the percentage. What are you telling us? How many are from the southeast? 5. What is that? One zone has twice the other zone. That is against the law. That is lawlessness. So when the rule of law is absent and the integrity of the ballot is absent, because the Supreme Court, a self-discredited Supreme Court, listen to my choice of words, self-discredited. I didn't discredit the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court discredited itself. Go and look at the text of the valedictory speech of the Honorable Justice Muhammad Datijo. Go and look at the comments of the Honorable Justice Mweze. Go and look at the comments of the Honorable Justice Ekembi. Go and look at those comments. Those are justices of the Supreme Court. Those are not my comments. So we cannot be pretending. And Supreme Court cannot rule against the fact. Which Supreme Court? The same Supreme Court that said that a candidate that did not participate in primaries, I'm talking about Ahmed Lawan, became the candidate of a political party. Which Supreme Court? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Let me tell you, P2B won the 2023 election. I have run elections in this country before. I was a presidential candidate in 2015. P2B won with a very wide margin. Even Atiku, that was ostracized by G6 in PDP, got more votes than Tinubu. That's very clear. I challenge INEC to publish the authentic results based on Form 8CA, which, according to the law, was supposed to be published.
Okay, Chief.
Sorry, one more comment. Which the same Professor Mahmoud Yakubu told the whole world in Chatham House was going to be published. Then they switched off the portal and then wrote up fraudulent results, and I'm supposed to accept that as democracy. Excuse me, sir.
Okay, Chief, let's take you back to, because actually, when you say Peter B. won, well, that's a big controversy. Like I said, the highest...
Get the Form 8CA.
I'm coming, sir.
Get the Form 8CA. That's all.
Chief,
we know who won.
Chief, I'm coming. The highest court in the land has ruled that Tinubu won the election. So we leave it as it is, and because that's what the court said, and so we just accept it as it is. I mean, of course. But let me take you back to the issue of defection. I don't know. What will you say is the key drivers of this defection to the ruling political party? Because from what we are hearing, more governors, more opposition governors, and even members of the National Assembly might be defecting too. So what will you say is actually driving this defection that we are seeing all over the place?
Well, you will keep asking these questions because you are refusing to accept the fundamentals. I will not begrudge your opinion that the Supreme Court has spoken and you're willing to accept it. But you must also respect my position that the Supreme Court, according to the Supreme Court itself, is not infallible. And the Supreme Court has gone against the facts, and the facts are clear and are in the public domain and they are physical. And we reject that Supreme Court judgment completely. Completely. So we respect your position, accept the judgment. We don't accept it. It's not the only one we don't accept. We don't accept the one that made Ahmed Lawan a senatorial candidate. We don't accept that. We don't accept the one that made Hope Uzodinma governor from number 4 position. We don't accept that. You can choose to accept them, but you cannot tell us to accept them because they're against the obvious facts. It is a denial of reality to accept those results. Thank you. Now, about people moving over. Like I said at the beginning, that's not a surprise. We expect that. Weak men will move over because it is a dictatorship. And they are frightened by the dictatorship. People are being threatened, people are being blackmailed, and people are seeing evidence. So it's not empty threat. They saw what happened in Edo, where clear results authenticated by INEC. Then you're publishing a different one. They saw what happened in Rivers, where unlawfully a governor is suspended and an illegal sole administrator, military sole administrator is imposed in a coup d'etat. In a coup d'etat. Coup d'etat has meaning in English. It's a strike at the state. That is the meaning. It's French origin. It's a coup d'etat. And then we are supposed to accept it. Excuse me, sir. We will not accept it. Because an armed robber has been successful, we should accept armed robbery. Excuse me, sir. So people are being threatened. People are being blackmailed. People are being cowardly. Then corrupt people, they have a lot to fear. Now, if you know what we have heard about the Yahya Bello case, which we have also verified using our own independent sources, then you will know why there was a lot of noise about Yahya Bello and corruption. And now all the noise has vanished. So I challenge you in the media. What happened with all your noise about Yahya Bello and corruption and paying school fees for his children in dollars and paying in advance and all that and all the properties in Abuja? When we said it was a joke, we were told that we are supporting corruption. The same nonsense blackmail that we can never tolerate. How can corrupt people accuse us, patriots, of supporting corruption? We are not going to advocate for Yahya Bello, but we are saying that it was not an anti-corruption war, it's a political war. That's what we say. And then the propaganda blackmailers started saying we are supporting corruption. Nonsense. We're not going to be blackmailed. We're not going to be intimidated. We have seen Idi Amin. We have seen Emperor Bokassa. We have seen Ferdinand Marcos. Who is Tinubu?
Right. Chief Honorable, speaking of Tinubu, you had once said in a media interview that President Bola Tinubu needed to restructure Nigeria as a legacy he must leave behind. What's the nature of this structuring that you're advocating for?
Well, you know I'm a Democrat. We need to agree on it, but the template is there. The template is the 1963 Republican Constitution. The one that had the 4 regions. Today you can say 6 regions. You can turn it to the old 4. You can say 8. You can say 12. I will prefer the 6 because it looks like it is broadly accepted. I don't see any resistance to the 6 regions, so I will prefer that because democracy is about consensus. So, and you have to put it in context because I was saying that since he didn't win the election, he needs to use the opportunity to do something that will lead to his, like, making up, expiation. Do something that is right to compensate for the fact that he lost the election woefully. Woefully. I verified what Babachi Lawal, his comment, I know it to be correct, that he came a distant third. He didn't just come third. He was a distant third in the authentic result. INEC knows, Tinubu knows, I know, many people know. So, in the context I was saying, now you have been sworn in. Try and do something right to make up for all the wrongs you have done. Restructure the country. The template is there. We bring the 1963 template. We modify it with the presidential system we are running, and we update it. It's a very simple thing. Thank you.
Right, and it will be 2 years by next month. You know, what will be your assessment of the president so far?
I thank you very much. I think you don't need to be a professor of econometrics to see the assessment. Security is worse. That's clear. And if you listen to the last comment Jagaban Tinubu made on security, he seems to admit it indirectly after he came back from France that security is worse. And he talked about security agencies working with governors to improve the situation. So indirectly, he agrees with us that security is worse. That is a confession of failure. You came to power to improve security. 2 years after, it is worse. You have confessed you have failed. Resign. Go home. You are incapable. Go home. Now, look at the economy. You met total public debt at 77 trillion. Now it's 144 trillion. You met Naira at 477. Now it's 1,600. It was actually 180 sometime in the past. You met GDP with Nigeria as the largest economy in Africa. Today we are number 4. You have put us in reverse gear and you have pressed the accelerator against the panel. The country is in a maximum reverse gear and speed. So you don't need to go to the streets. Abeokuta market women say if they see Tinubu, they will beat him physically. So what other assessment do you want us to make? You know the assessment. Look at yourself. Look at your personal economy before Tinubu and now. So it's very clear. It's very clear. One avocado, 1,000 naira. One avocado. Instead of a bag of avocados, one is 1,000 naira. How are we supposed to feed? And it's supposed to be a joke. And it's supposed to be a matter for cross-carpeting any government in power kind of imbecility. Look, the Jagaban Tinubu regime is an existential threat. If you cannot see it, you are blind. Anyone who cannot see it is blind. Thank you.
Let me take you back to your advocacy for restructuring, because you referred to 1963. I think at that time, at that time it was a parliamentary system of government we were running.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and of course people are beginning to say we even need to go back to parliamentary and then dump the presidential system we are running. Is that part of your advocacy that we return to parliamentary system of government?
No, my choice of words is very clear. Number one, I cannot claim to be a Democrat and be a bigot.
Okay.
So if I'm a Democrat, it's what we agreed to. And I said that at the beginning, that we will take the 1963 template, we update it to maybe the 6 regions. This is a proposal. We update it to the 6 regions, and we update it to current realities. And I still prefer the presidential template.
Okay.
And don't forget the justification based on which we moved from the parliamentary to the presidential. There was a justification. We did not act arbitrarily. We said that the parliamentary system was slowing development, that we need to empower a president to drive development. And that is why we deliberately as a people made the Nigerian president the most powerful president in the world. 5 positions: president, head of state, head of government, chairman, federal executive council, commander-in-chief, 1 man. And that is the model of the Catholic Church, where you have the Pope with the power. Now, the Nigerian people decided to do that because we said that the parliamentary system was too slow in driving development, because trying to get everybody to agree.
Yeah.
We need to empower one person with an agenda, he wins an election, the people agree with him, and he moves forward in that direction. So, are we going to reverse that argument? When we reverse it to parliamentary, we now say it's slow again. We reverse to presidential. What is wrong with us? I think the problem is not the system. The problem is with the people.
The people, yeah.
So if you have the right people in this presidential, I am convinced that the presidential can work. And it has worked. Obasanjo was not perfect. But look at the indices for Obasanjo. It was very good. It may not be excellent. It was very good. Security, economy, total public debt. Look at the indices for Obasanjo. It was very good. Yeah. It could have been better. Make no mistakes. But it was very good.
Chief Honorable, I see the passion in you speaking, and then you've spoken about security. Now, close to 300 Nigerians have been murdered in the last 1 month in Plateau, Benue State, even other places. What is your view? What's your view on where the problem lies, and how can these killings be curbed?
My dear sister, take this to the bank. It is universal. Authority and responsibility go together. You will not blame a minister of defense. He was appointed and he follows directions. You will not blame a chief of defense staff. He was appointed and he follows directions. You will not blame an inspector general of police. He was appointed and he follows directions. You blame the commander-in-chief. And in the opinion of so many analysts, the commander-in-chief is completely incompetent. So the root cause of the problem is clear. It's very clear. And this story is that money is going to solve the problem. Already you have nearly 5 trillion in the 2025 budget. What improvement have you seen? So it's not about money. Former retired General Usman, he said that the Nigerian military has the capability to deal with the bandits, but that the political will is not there. So where do we go from here? You had General Togun. You had General Commodore Kunle Olawuni. So we know the facts. We can be pretending we don't know. The media can be asking the same questions for 30 years. We have asked the same questions for 30 years. Refinery. We have been asking the question for 30 years. Corruption. Are we asking the question because we want to ask questions or we want solutions? The commander-in-chief must take responsibility. The president of Nigeria is the chief responsibility officer. If you say you're commander-in-chief, then you command. You cannot command, you resign. Thank you.
And Chief, talking about solution, yes, I know, yeah, you contested, was it 2019? In
2015.
2015, and in 2019
yes.
You didn't contest. In 2023, you did. So are we likely to see you contest in 2027? Of course, with all of the fantastic idea that you have to on how to go about addressing these challenges that we have as a country. Are we seeing you in 2027, sir?
You know that I don't have to contribute to national development by contesting. That's number one. I am not afraid to contest. I have contested before. But I must tell you that these decisions are not taken by one person. So that's number one. Am I available? I am available. But these decisions don't get to be taken by one person. It's a broad majority that takes the decision. So as it is, if the decision is taken, I am active in politics. If the decision is taken that I should run, I will run. Because if you take decision by yourself, you run alone. But if the political groups you belong to ask you to run, then they push you to run. And it's a democracy. You need people. So that's the answer I'm going to give to that. I didn't run in 2019 because we had CUPP, which I supported. And then we adopted Alhaji Atiku. In 2023, my political party, we endorsed the Labour Party presidential candidate, and he won the election clearly. So these decisions don't get to be taken by one person. Nigeria, according to Alhaji Barareba Musa, you can find an excellent presidential candidate in any local government in Nigeria. So if he's right, you have 774 excellent candidates. Let's leave Chicago people. Let's leave people who forfeited money for narcotics trafficking. Let's leave such people. Let's leave people who are 90 years old. who should retire. Let you leave semi-illiterates who have no primary education, no secondary education, who have no sophistication to understand the complex issues. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chief Martin Onovo, for bringing your passion and your energy to the big story this morning. It was truly, truly insightful speaking with you. We hope we can have you some other time, but before then, do enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. I'm glad I was here.
And that's why we bring it to wrap this morning on the big story. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and thank you so much to Mr. Joshua Bassi also for your time today.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Do stay with us. We'll be bringing you the news at 10 up next.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Business Day Insurance Conference. Our theme today focuses on resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry.
Business Day Media hosted the Insurance Conference 2025 on the 16th of April, bringing together leading voices from across Nigeria's insurance landscape The conference had a strategic gathering of CEOs, regulators, policymakers, and innovators committed to reimagine the future of insurance in Nigeria. The event themed resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry, kicked off with a welcome address by the editor of BusinessDay Media Limited, Temitayo Fabole, who highlighted the importance of the insurance industry as a pillar of national stability.
Penetration of insurance in Nigeria is just 1%, of the GDP per capita. But now imagine that if it grows, if it increased by just 1%, Nigeria's economy would unlock about 1.5 billion in additional economic value. So for every 1% that is unlocked in insurance, it's an additional 1.5 billion. And you can imagine if that compounds. For an economy that also is turning the corner, obviously, with new businesses rethinking investments in Nigeria, taking more risk, it means you also need to take insurance. So obviously the opportunities are there. Not just the typical ones, life, your car insurance, but also a change of mindset. And of course, with the numbers that we have in Nigeria, you unlock that, you unlock a lot of opportunity.
Also followed was a goodwill message delivered by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Mr. Ekerete Ola Gamikon. Representing the CEO of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyin.
So the insurance industry is the biggest industry in Nigeria. Yes, I heard when the editor said insurance is not as big as it is elsewhere in the world. That's a misconception. The insurance industry is the biggest. Why do I say that? By the time we begin to hear from the keynote address and other conversations, we'll discover it, we'll find out, we'll appreciate it. So how it works is that we secure all of the businesses that are being done in Nigeria. So when you see the value of Dangote Refinery, it's the insurance company that holds it together. When you see the BUA group, any group at all that you mention, it's the insurance industry that holds it together. Because what we call the sum insured, which you don't understand, is the value of what we secure. So why won't we be the biggest? So please, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Chizoba Perpetua Egolu, Rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management, during her address, emphasized on the need to build resilience in the face of economic uncertainty. She also talked about the versatility, strategies, challenges, opportunities, solutions, growth, and the role of stakeholders in the insurance industry.
As insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is. Also, if we could close our eyes in a flash and think about what will happen if there is no insurance business in Nigeria. First is that we won't be here. There will be no job for all of us, two of us. So our importance cannot be overemphasized. So I may bold to say that insurance is a recession-resistant industry. In fact, we can say that one of the synonyms of insurance could be resilience. So we are a business that have come to stay.
The conference featured 2 engaging panel sessions with reputable industry experts.
Here is an umbrella representing the insurance in Nigeria. You can see this umbrella here has power. It can cover the risk of an entire nation. But how many risk is under this umbrella? It is less than 1%. The contribution to the GDP, less than 1%. So we can have 100% under this risk, but the potential currently is 1%. It shows that we need to bring in all innovative technique to bring people under this umbrella. So amidst that, this umbrella here is shaking. Why is it shaking? Because of high inflation level in the country. There is so many things that is happening in the country, interest rate, volatility, and co. So those are the topical issues that we're going to be discussing today.
One is about the clients themselves, and one is about the insurance companies too. From the clients themselves, you have to pay insurance today for a purported unknown risk that could come up tomorrow. that point of do we know whether your reward is going to be on earth or in heaven is still one of those barriers, because people think that if I pay now, I don't know if I'm going to need it and I might never need it. So there's still that mindset that will it really help me? And when you put that beside young people today, they have this you only live once mindset, right? And you're saying I only live once and I'm going to put this money here. And I don't know if I'm going to benefit from it, right? And when they start to think that way and they look at, okay, what if I need it? What is the multiples I'll get? The multiples on insurance that they've put in place might not be adequate for the sort of realities that they are facing. So in the end, they will prioritize putting money on investments, putting money on even betting, yeah, because even though everybody knows that in betting you might not win, but in insurance you would always win at some point in time. But from them, they're just thinking about today. So for us, we have to rethink our approach to be able to manage those sort of barriers that they are facing. But okay, what other benefits can you get today from an insurance policy? We do have benefit policies and we have risk, pecuniary situations that could or could not happen.
Vice Chairman of the No Takafu Insurance Limited, Mr. Aminu Tuku, also threw light on how non-conventional insurance models can support market expansion during his presentation. The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversation, which underscored the urgent need for collaboration and innovation to grow Nigeria's insurance industry. Some of the attendees and speakers shared their key takeaways from the event, offering perspective on how the sector can remain competitive and inclusive in a fast-changing world.
And from my session today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people are at least we're thinking we want a better industry. Penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot. But we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day.
The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is, they are growing, right? But there's still, one or two things that needs to be done for the company to, I'm sorry, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right? And be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right? So for example, now, in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and, subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right? Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
The event concluded with a network session offering stakeholders an opportunity to forge partnerships and exchange ideas for the future of insurance in Nigeria. This is Indigwe Ifunaya reporting for BusinessDay TV.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you wouldn't know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that priority incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you will start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. we are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
In closing, the deputy editor of BusinessDay, Ololade Akimurele, reflected on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
Thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states. It was really exciting for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwun Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you such a beautiful Friday with us, but let's see what's making the headlines this morning. 80 million barrels of Nigerian crude unsold in global glut. Court orders arrest of 6 in alleged $1 billion CBEX crypto scam. Air Peace resumes operation after suspension of strike by Nimet staff. Oil falls 2% after OPEC molds accelerating output. Jamie Vardy to lead Leicester City after 13th season. Well, let's now begin the news in Nigeria, where 80 million barrels of crude oil made available for export in April and May 2025 has failed to secure buyers. According to reports, this backlog is casting a shadow over the nation's revenue projections and exacerbating existing challenges within its energy industry. Data show that over half of Nigeria's scheduled crude oil cargoes for the upcoming months have failed to secure buyers. Analysts said that the current market dynamics, characterized by persistently lower global crude oil prices and an increasingly competitive landscape, are creating a formidable hurdle for Nigeria's pricey crude grades. Well, moving on, a federal high court sitting in Abuja has issued a warrant for the arrest and detention of 6 promoters of the collapsed cryptocurrency investment platform Crypto Bridge Exchange (CBEX) over an alleged $1 billion scam targeted at Nigerian investors. Justice Emeka Nwite granted the orders on Thursday, April 14th, following an ex parte application filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The suspects are Adefora Abiodun Olanipekun, Emmanuel Oko, and 4 other individuals accused of using the company ST Technologies International Limited to promote CBEX and solicit cryptocurrency investment from unsuspecting Nigerians. EFCC counsel Fadila Yusuf requested an order in the court authorizing the commission to detain the suspects pending the conclusion of investigations and possible prosecution. Still on, Air Peace has announced the resumption of all flag operations on Friday, April 25, following the suspension of the industrial action by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency and other labor unions in the aviation sector. The airline, in a statement by its head, Corporate Communications, thanked Nigerians for their patience, understanding and unwavering support throughout the challenging period. Air Peace commended the intervention of the Aviation and Aerospace Development Festus Keyamo, whose commitments were pivotal in restoring normalcy within the aviation industry. Also, the Africa and Middle East Depositories Association Conference 2025 kicked off on 24th of April 2025 at the prestigious Eco Hotel and Suite Lagos. Addressing the audience at the conference during his keynote speech, the Vice President of Nigeria, Kassim Shettima, highlighted the importance of tapping into technology, innovation, and regional integration. He assured that the government is committed to creating an enabling environment for financial markets to thrive.
I commend the Central Securities Clearance System CSCS PLC and the African and Middle East Depository Association AMEDA for convening this timely and forward-looking engagement. The theme of this year's conference, Shaping the Future Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economies, speaks directly to the strategic necessity of our time, the urgent task of reimagining and repositioning our financial systems as engines of inclusive, resilient, and sustainable growth. Across Africa and the Middle East, we are witnessing tectonic shifts in how we engage with one another and the wider world. These shifts, driven by innovation, useful demographics, digital disruption, and economic realignment, compel us to rethink the very architecture of our financial ecosystems and economic management models. In His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, we have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration. Let this gathering inspire us to build financial systems that are efficient, inclusive, and fair. Systems that reward innovation, integrity, and courage, that empower the young, the entrepreneur, the underserved, that serve as the financial scaffolding for a thriving Africa and Middle East. I wish you all productive deliberations, bold ideas, and partnerships that will echo far beyond these halls. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Now to end the local news, nurses under the aegis of the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives Abuja chapter on Thursday staged a protest over the alleged shutdown of primary healthcare centers across the 6 area councils of the Federal Capital Territory. The nurses are demanding the immediate reopening of all PHCs, implementation of the 70,000 naira minimum wage, and payment of outstanding arrears and allowances. The protest also included members of the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, the Nigerian Union of Teachers, and the Nigerian Labour Congress. And on the foreign scene, oil prices slipped by 2% on Wednesday as sources revealed that OPEC Plus would consider accelerating its oil output increase in June. Brent crude futures settled down by 1.96% at $66.12 a barrel, while the United States West Texas immediate crude ended at 2.2% lower at $62.27. Global benchmark Brent hit a session high at $68.65, its highest since April 4 before the OPEC Plus news. However, losses were curbed following a report that U.S. President Donald Trump may cut tariffs on Chinese imports. Also, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa and US President Donald Trump have agreed to meet soon to address mounting tensions and improve diplomatic ties between the two countries. Ramaphosa announced the development on Thursday in a statement posted on X, revealing that the two leaders had a conversation and have reached a consensus to engage in person. The planned meeting follows months of diplomatic strain since Trump returned to the White House in January, testing Washington's relationship with Pretoria by several moves, including the United States government's criticisms of South Africa's decision to file a genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. And now to sports, Jamie Vardy will leave Leicester City at the end of the season with memories after 13 years of the club, but has insisted he is not retiring. The 38-year-old, regarded as the club's greatest player, was central to winning the Premier League against all odds in 2016 and the FA Cup in 2021. Vardy signed a 12-month extension last summer after promotion as champions from the Championship, which has been a struggle. The striker apologized to fans after relegation was confirmed with 5 games to play, describing his own season as a total embarrassment. Now to end the news, former UFC middleweight champion Israel Adesanya has declared his intention to return to the octagon, calling out Sean Strickland for a rematch to reclaim his former glory following a string of setbacks. The 35-year-old suffered a devastating knockout defeat against Nasruddin Imagov in February, fueling speculation on social media about whether the former middleweight king could ever return to his peak form. Adesanya revealed that he already has an opponent in mind, being the man who started his recent downward spiral. All that does it this morning on the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I think essential thing is for the regulations to kind of streamline processes. So when I mean streamline processes, right? So yeah, make it easier for digital platform or maybe startups, to come into the system, perhaps through maybe a regulatory sandbox, right? So a regulatory sandbox is a very safe environment where solutions are being tested in a controlled environment by regulators, right? Where issues are actually troubleshoot products, challenges a product could face actually experienced within a controlled environment. And you know, having a regulatory sandbox or implementing a regulatory sandbox for for digital platform, I think it will go a long way, to help the growth of digital platforms in the country, and also keep them better equipped, right, to scale on a larger basis, whenever they come out, to the general public. Before I go into that question, I need to give kudos to both the government and our National Assembly for passing the insurance bill, right? Which we expect that before December 2025, it will be an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So how can the federal government really help the sector by incentivizing the sector, right? By ensuring that you don't overtax them, right? And if you have new insurance companies coming in, by ensuring that the minimum capital for going into that sector is something that people can actually afford, right? And also perhaps it could imitate. I mean, the FG could imitate what the other countries are doing. For example, Kenya, you see MTBA, you see some of the insurance platform where tax reliefs are given to them for them to really float before they go into general space, right? So again, what else can the federal government do by liberalizing the economy as well, for making sure that the economy is well protected for investors to come in? Because any investor that is coming into any country and you don't have well coordinated rules and regulation, or you don't have a process for your exit upon your investment, it becomes a problem, because a challenge for the investors to really come into the country. So the government can do a lot of things. They could even go into partnership through the regulators with these insurance companies to bring them to the table to say, what, we want you to succeed in this sector. Let's go into the partnership. Let's identify your problems. Let's find solutions to your problems, and let's take your industry to the next level. The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to I'm sorry, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right. So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right. Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
BusinessDay, which is the leading business newspaper or finance newspaper in Nigeria today, has been playing a big role in terms of the insurance aspect. The insurance conference is something I've followed, done by BusinessDay. But this time around, this year, I said, look, we must be a part of it. It's something that we believe and we like. We like the impact. People trust activities or things done by BusinessDay. So yes, we do believe in that. We have to find the right balance. Innovation, you can't stop innovation. So what you're going to have is innovators are going to be ahead. Then they're going to have the regulators coming in to say, look, regulate what the innovators have done. And I think it's something that the regulators will want to encourage. NICOM, as a regulator in the insurance industry, wants to grow it. We keep on talking about this 1% penetration. I think NICOM will want to grow that 1% to 2%, 3%. And the only way they can do that is to encourage innovation. So there has to have that handshake, there has to have that partnership. In some areas, NICOM has created sandboxes to allow the operators put in some of their innovations or their tech into it to test it, so that doesn't restrict them from innovating. We recently launched a technology platform or digital solution. It's called Raha by Noor. What basically it is, what we keep on realizing is people don't like to contact the insurance companies because there's a belief that I only call my insurance company when there is a problem, when they have a claim to make. So what our digital solution is trying to do, which is Raha by Noor, is to provide people a lifestyle to tie in their insurances to their various lifestyles. So there's a reason to continue to talk with our digital solution. So we believe with that, you have more financial protection, financial planning through Raha by Noor. You're able to do knowing more about your motor vehicle insurance, things that come about in it. For instance, today there are various fines that are coming up by overspeeding on various roads. And these are safety issues. These are things that also concern insurance because we believe, or if you drive faster, you have a higher risk of having an accident. So through Rahab, I know we should be able to encourage people to say, look, oh, these are the new guidelines by the Lagos State or federal government of Nigeria. So you have more engagement. We believe our digital solution will have more lifestyle engagement with our clients and our participants. Oh, fantastic. Sometime last year, we received approval from NICOM to provide micro-takaful. Micro-takaful basically allows us to provide insurance to the lowest people. So as little as 500 Naira, you should be able to do that. Now, we understand with our takaful model, it's not just about profit making, but service orientation. So we believe that we've been able to grow as an organization. We believe that part of our services now is to ensure that the small man, little man on the streets of Nigeria, the little man who is working in the farms, who is trading, is able to have adequate cover. They're the ones that are seriously affected when we have floods or fires in the market. They can't survive. So we believe with the micro takaful, we should be able to penetrate these without compromising on our services, our professionalism, our ethics and values as well.
Yes, I think so, because apart from the audience that were here, it's a mix of practitioners, media men, and some other group of people. The paper that was delivered by the rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management really had food for thought that if people put them to practice, it will definitely improve the lots of the insurance industry, and it would help us to get to our place, our dream place, very, very soon, much sooner than expected. If this program had not been held, maybe it would have been longer. But if we put those things to practice, we will definitely have a better insurance industry. Yeah, personally, I don't think so. I think it's because of the economy. Before you can think of insurance, you have to think of your basic needs first: food, housing, shelter, and now the fourth basic need, education for the children. So, but if you know and understand insurance a little bit, maybe if we play it up a little bit, you will know that insurance can actually help you to meet these four basic needs: housing, clothing, shelter, and education. So no, we're not underlooking it. It's just that the realities of times and season is making people to put insurance not as the first four things, but gradually things would improve, all things being equal. Yes, one of the things that government can do is to look at the area of taxation, the taxation of insurance organizations. If they could lessen it a little bit, it will have them, the insurance organizations, to have more funds to play around with. And with that, we'll be able to do more marketing. We'll be able to do more sensitization. And also, government can also support insurance organization by making the field a little bit freer, because like now we are expecting that is the president would sign into law the Insurance Act 2025. We look forward to having that signed as soon as possible. We know that it's very busy, but we would appreciate if we could just give it a little bit more attention for the insurance industry. If we have that Insurance Act in place, then things will definitely move much more faster for the industry, and it will improve the lots of the economy, because if we're going to do this ritual economy that we're planning to do with His Excellency, then it's high time that we put in more effort on the insurance space to help the government to achieve that trillionaire economy that we're looking at.
Yes, it is. And why am I saying that? I mean, there are lots of things that are really happening. I mean, like what you guys are doing currently today, you're creating awareness. And even within the industry itself, is it the NIA? They are creating the awareness. Is it the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria? They are creating the awareness. And even most of the insurance companies that, in terms of the amount of money they pump into their publicity, they are also creating the awareness. So I think it's just a matter of time before people knows the importance of insurance. Because whether we like it or not, protection is very key, either in form of your assets or in form of your life. And if you don't have that protection in place, invariably it's just a matter of time. The person will not really appreciate the importance of taking up insurance. Okay, I think for us, one of the things that we try to do, we're very proactive. So in terms of things happening, within the economy, we try as much as possible to put our ears to the ground, so that invariably, we come up with products that can address, the inflation that is currently happening in the market. And then we have those products in place, products that, in terms of investment, in terms of the risk base, we have those products. And then for retirees too, because right now we know that for retirees, there are two options for them, in terms of when they are through with the RSA. Either they can do program withdrawal, they can do annuity. And for us, in terms of the way we price our annuity, we do it in such a way that, we ensure that the annuitants, in respect of the way they are able to sustain their financial obligations throughout their lives, it's there for them. And you know that for annuity business, it's guaranteed for 10 years. And if the person survives 10 years, the person lives for 20 years, 30 years, he still gets that monthly payment, which I think and I believe that, could help, in terms of when people retire. Very good question. For us, what has actually helped the banking industry is trust. And that is what we are trying to build, within the insurance space. I think one of the things that we are trying to do is to give those testimonials. And if you check most of our adverts, in terms of the claims that we've paid over time, it could reflect, in terms of those that, that they've lost dear ones, paying to their beneficiaries. We've paid, in the region of more than, several billions. And then even for the annuitants too, what we pay on a monthly basis, I would say that in our records now, over time, in terms of the asset under liability under the annuity, is over 50 billion. Yes, and we make sure that before the 28th of every month, all the annuitants, they are paid, they are paid on time. So whether we like it or not, these are the things that can actually build trust in the market. Because when you give them promise and you fulfill the promise, they act as ambassadors, to be able to, project the positive image of the industry. And I think it's just a matter of time. We'll get there, and we're on course.
I mean, there are many trends we can think about, but just to summarize, I would say lots of digital interaction, because we're building a young army of very digitally able and digitally enabled individuals. So they want to engage online. They want to be able to do things at their own convenience. They don't want to have to go to a particular place to get things done. So that's one of the major trends. People are also looking for more simple information. They want things that are more digitally engaging. So we have to move into more infographics. We need to do more videos and things to engage people, because reading long contracts is also going to be very difficult as well. We're seeing emerging trends when you think about cybersecurity issues. We're talking to companies, but how will it affect an individual? What if somebody uses your device to cause problems and you are facing a liability? So I think there will be a lot of questions that will come to the bear, as well as when we're thinking about mobility. Cars are changing. The ownership of cars will change. So how would you insure your car? Would you own a car? Would you have a piece of time to use the car? And how do you protect yourself during that period? I think those are some of the quick things to think about. And maybe lastly, healthcare. We're seeing a lot of people caring more about their health, be more health aware. And so having solutions that can help them, not just when they're ill, but to prevent things, for them to enjoy themselves. Maybe have access to a gym, to exercise, to some massage or things like that. I think those are major things that we're seeing across our different businesses. I mean, cosmetic procedures are very debatable, as you can imagine, right? Insurance is protecting you against unexpected and what we call fortuitous loss, something that might or might not happen. Everyone will die, but we don't know when and what time. But when it comes to cosmetic surgery, you plan, you actually decide to do it. So your typical insurance pricing will be very different. So I don't see it in the shortest period of time. What I see where you can then have some level of professional support, so you don't go to the wrong people because they are cheaper. I will see that happening very quickly. But in terms of insurance covering things like cosmetic, it's not really top, except it's because of an underlying issue. So if somebody has a cleft palate and they need to change that and really get them to look better, build new lips and all of that for them, that is covered, because that is not a norm. But when you want to just look more beautiful than you are already, then you might need to just invest a little bit in getting that to happen. And from research today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people we're thinking, we want a better industry. Penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot. but we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day. Thank you.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello and welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss some of the trending conversations across social media platforms. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me in the studio this morning is, of course, Mr. Obidike Okafor, our very own in-house analyst. Good to have you here again, Mr. Obidike Okafor.
Thank you, as always.
As always, thank you so much for joining us. Let's start off today with a surprising development in the political space in Nigeria, especially in Delta State, where former Delta State Governor and 2023 PDP Vice Presidential candidate Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa has officially joined the All Progressives Congress alongside his successor, Governor Sheriff Oborevwori, and the entire structure of the People's Democratic Party in Delta State. Now, this mass defection was announced on Wednesday, following an enlarged stakeholders meeting held at the government house in Asaba. The development marks a significant political shift in Delta State, and this, of course, has been a cause for so much conversation online, on the ongoing conversation that we've been seeing online. Everyone's talking about the mass defection, the mass movement from one party to another in a state where there's supposed to be competition. So we're seeing that the ruling party, people are moving from, so the parties that's supposed to be like the top three, top two, whatnot, and then you're seeing people moving from party to party. In fact, on the top story today on the papers, that was really what was that was the conversation painting the dailies that we had this morning. Also during the big story, we also did speak about it. But let's see the perspective of the social space, and let's see what people are saying about this mass defection online. AB Billion says, with this Nigerian brand of democracy, I think we are better under military rule. No political ideologies or principles. It's all about power, grabbing at all costs with nothing to show for the masses. Absolutely. Ree goes on to say, why will a person in power dump the party that put him in power and go to another one? Is he not supposed to stay till he finishes his tenure before dumping? That's a valid point. Tokwe Peter says, the manner in which Okowa left Atiku immediately after election is quite shameful. I used to think he was an honorable somebody. It made it look like Atiku regretted not picking Wike as his running mate. It's only Obi that remains loyal to Atiku since 2019 till now. And it's very important in politics to just, know where your loyalties lie. Senator says 2027 is going to be very interesting. Tinubu knows North is a no-go area for him, and that's why he wants to put the South on lockdown. What he does not understand is the masses that will vote. Atiku Obi joint ticket will send him packing, and that's how people are reacting to this conversation on social media. But Mr. Okafor, Obidike, can you tell me what your thoughts are on this mass movement from party to party, and then this significant one of Okowa moving?
Okay,
moving from the parties that elected them.
I'll start with a popular Nigerian slang. It shock you.
It shocked me, oh.
if not,
I'm shook.
Nothing should shock you in Nigeria anymore.
I'm very shocked.
If you check, there's a pattern. Everything in life follows a pattern. When PDP was the ruling party in Nigeria, everybody was defecting to PDP. Then somehow in between, Nigerians got tired of PDP and everybody decided to vote Buhari in 20, what was that, the first election that Buhari entered. And then everybody decided to vote Buhari, and then Buhari entered. And then all of a sudden, APC became the ruling party or the main party. One thing we should realize is that the only reason Nigeria always becomes a one-party state is because once a party starts ruling, everybody, instead of them to, nobody wants to be the opposition. Once a party becomes popular, gets prominent, all of a sudden nobody wants to be the opposition. Everybody wants to, tag along until people become tired, people become restless, and then things happen. It's a vicious circle. PDP used to rule at a time, and then people got tired of PDP. Disgruntled elements left PDP, formed another party, and then because keep it at the back of your mind, there was a time Atiku was in APC. There was a time some of the people in APC were in PDP, and all of them went, and they were in PDP when PDP was the ruling party. Now that APC is the ruling party, all of them have moved to APC. I'm not going to mention names. The only person that has remained in PDP, is funny because it has one leg in both parties. Is Wike, who is a PDP member, who is a card-carrying PDP member, but supports the Tinubu government. For him, it's not really about who is in government or who is not. It's just about what are the gains. You understand? What can he gain? For him, he's the only PDP member that I know that has gained a lot from the APC government in terms of position, etc. I know people will say this government is trying to be all-embracing, but at the end of the day, they'll still want you to join their party. And then I think in the case of Delta State has decided to, follow suit. PDP is currently in disarray. There are a lot of issues. They are still trying to figure out what's going on. And in the midst of all those disarrayment, people are moving to APC. But like I said, one day, now or in the near future, when people become frustrated with APC, they will move to whatever party is trending at that point. I'll use the word trending because I don't know what the other word to use. Now APC is trending, everybody's moving to APC. It might not be APC tomorrow.
And let's talk about the fact that when people say that Nigerian parties, political parties don't have ideologies, what do you have to say about that?
Politics in Nigeria is no longer about ideology. People who have ideologies are not too many anymore. Politics is money and power. You have the power, you have the money.
Right.
And that's just basically it. It's not really about ideology. We are hoping sometime in the future, I can't look into my crystal ball, so I don't know, but sometime in the future, we'll have parties that actually have ideologies that mean something. I know before, see what the problem
apparently
is.
Back in the day, they used to have parties like that, and back in the 1980s.
No, funny enough, let me tell you a funny story. You see the likes of Tinubu and some of the President Tinubu and all these people, when they were in NIDECO and all those their groups that they are using to fight, they all had ideologies. They all had, they all had things that they really wanted to do to make this country better. But it's as if when they got older, the focus moved away from those ideologies and just moved into, let me be in power, let me be in control, let me, take charge, let me run things, I have the money to do it. And that just became the focus. So I think the focus has been lost a long time ago.
Well, let's move on now to the viral video where the CEO of Air Peace, Allen Onyema, suspended flight operations because of the NIMET strike. Now, Air Peace passengers were informed that the airline had made the decision not to fly due to safety issues. Now, in this video, Air Peace's Chief Executive Officer, Allen Onyema, was heard ordering the cancellation of flight nationwide, with many people praising him for putting the safety of Nigerians and passengers at the forefront. Let's watch this video.
Has NIMET called off this strike?
No, I haven't gotten that update.
If NIMET has not called off the strike, cancel and suspend every peace flight now with immediate effect. People's lives and the safety of our equipment, safety of our crew, safety of people's lives, first and foremost. If any other airline, I don't want to hear, my chairman just called me now and said that we are trying to cancel flights and other airlines are flying. I don't care about that. I just don't care about that. Suspend every Air Peace flight nationwide this moment. We should stop flying. We look at thunderstorm everywhere. Look at the kind of weather we are going into. And NIMET that is supposed to be providing these things on strike. and we are flying, suspend every peace flight with immediate effect. Until further notice, until that strike is over, suspend it. Set the first. Set the first. Maybe I don't want to hear.
Wow, that's brilliant. That's true leadership in action, if you ask me. Just seeing him, just looking at I don't know who was recording the video, because obviously he knew the video was being recorded, but really it's the fact that he is considering the lives of people more than anything. He was talking about the thunderstorm, talking about the weather, saying, you know what, if they've not called off the strike, then please, we might as well cancel our flights. And I think that sometimes, and no, not just sometimes, as a leader, you have to, put the people forward first. Put the needs of the people that you're serving. And then if you are someone like that owns an airline company, you have to think about your customers before even the money that you're going to make. Now, of course, we know that NIMET workers shut down the weather centers at airports, and they also withdrew all their meteorological services nationwide on Wednesday over their welfare. Meanwhile, the airline has announced the resumption of flight operations on Thursday after the NIMET strike was lifted yesterday. So, of course, we understand now that Air Peace has announced the resumption of flight operations on Thursday, which was yesterday, after the NIMET strike was lifted on the day before. But it's just interesting to see when this happened, and just seeing him, just taking into action like that. But let's see some of the reactions that graced the social media space earlier. Now, Solution Slinger says the cancellation was not due to bad weather. It's due to the lack of accredited current and instantaneous weather report for flights from NIMET. Goldie Gemma says, though I cried because I wanted to go home and meet family, but it's still better than not seeing them at all. Chris says, it was only God that saved us yesterday on Ibom Air from Lagos to Abuja on the 6:40 p.m. flight. The turbulence was just throwing the plane around like a roller coaster. We're dropping altitude like stones falling from the sky. Never been so scared in my life. Nice move, Mr. Onyema. Well, that's all praises and praises. I wanted to say all praises and worship, but I just remember that praise and worship you only go to God. All praise to Mr. Allen Onyema right there.
All I'll just say is this: the man was just marketing Air Peace. I'm not saying what he's doing is what he did is excellent, but everything was planned, everything was thought through. The viral video was his PR team they did an amazing job. And the video went viral, and people hit the respect for himself, that's Onyema, and for Air Peace went up.
Even while this thing was recorded, who was recording?
And that was the whole idea. But apart from the fact that there's a lot of PR and marketing behind it, it was the right decision. It was actually the right decision, it was actually the right move. Why? Because if you don't have proper weather report, you put your passengers, your pilot, and your plane in serious trouble. And he understands that. He's a businessman. He understands that. So he knows the importance of safety. And when it comes to airlines, safety is the key to either growing or crashing a business. And he understands that. And I really appreciate that. But the truth is, that viral video, all he did was just help sell his market.
And he did well.
And apart from the fact that he made right choices, because it was the right choice, it was selling his market. But it also goes to show you something else. It shows you that why in the name of God will, let me look at the NIMET situation. Why in the name of God will government not consider the welfare of people. whose profession, a lot of people depend on what they do. They depend on, almost everyone in this country rely on what NIMET says. Apart from airlines, farmers, builders, almost everybody you can think relies on what the weather is saying at a specific time. People who build roads, so many people rely on them. So I think their welfare should be a priority. In fact, the welfare of everybody should be a priority, but their welfare is just as important as every Nigerian. And you don't have to wait until people's lives are in danger before you feel, okay, let's see what we can do to suit it, not solve it, just like suit it.
Exactly.
And that's the problem. Don't be surprised in the next weeks, months, or who knows, maybe by next year, I might go on strike again or something. And then we just keep going around. A lot of things in this country are vicious circles where the same thing keeps repeating itself now, tomorrow, next week, and all of that. And it's just sad, but I guess it's the world we live in.
So, but basically for you, you're saying that was just some sort of publicity.
No. I think it's like that thing they say, tell me you're in Nigeria without telling me you're in Nigeria. Tell me you care about the safety of people without telling me. So he didn't do a press conference and say, Airpeace will not fly or release a press statement. He could have done that. Instead, he did a video of him shouting on somebody on the phone. So
that was more emotive. That was more strategic. That was more.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because
that was different as well.
People will respond faster to that than to him coming out and sitting down and saying, "I'll see in a press release." People might not really, but when he does that, people react more to emotions, and they could see his emotions in that video. Yes. So people connect. That's the idea. So that's why I said his PR marketing team, they did a perfect
They deserve
job.
a raise for this.
No, please, if you can hear me,
wherever they are,
raise their pay. I support.
Also, I'm asking, come get me. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Obidike, for your time this morning on the social listening segment. This is where we bring it to wraps on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Stay tuned. We'll be bringing up the news at noon by 12 to stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Business Day Insurance Conference. Our theme today focuses on resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry.
Business Day Media hosted the Insurance Conference 2025 on the 16th of April, bringing together leading voices from across Nigeria's insurance landscape. The conference had a strategic gathering of CEOs, regulators, policymakers, and innovators committed to reimagine the future of insurance in Nigeria. The event themed Resilience and Growth in Uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry, kicked off with a welcome address by the editor of Business Day Media Limited, Temitope Fabule, who highlighted the importance of the insurance industry as a pillar of national stability.
Penetration of insurance in Nigeria is just 1%, of the GDP per capita. But now imagine that if it grows, if it increased by just 1%, Nigeria's economy would unlock about 1.5 billion in additional economic value. So for every 1% that is unlocked in insurance, it's an additional 1.5 billion. And you can imagine if that compounds. For an economy that also is turning the corner, obviously, with new businesses rethinking investments in Nigeria, taking more risk, it means you also need to take insurance. So obviously the opportunities are there. Not just the typical ones, life, your car insurance, but also a change of mindset. And of course, with the numbers that we have in Nigeria, you unlock a lot of opportunity.
Also followed was a goodwill message delivered by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Mr. Ekerete Ola Gamikon. Representing the CEO of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyin.
So the insurance industry is the biggest industry in Nigeria. Yes, I heard when the editor said insurance is not as big as it is elsewhere in the world. That's a misconception. The insurance industry is the biggest. Why do I say that?
By the time we begin to hear from the keynote address and other conversations, we'll discover it, we'll find out, we'll appreciate it. So how it works is that we secure all of the businesses that are being done in Nigeria. So when you see the value of Dangote Refinery, it's the insurance company that holds it together. When you see the BUA group, any group at all that you mention, it is the insurance industry that holds it together. Because what we call the sum insured, which you don't understand, is the value of what we secure. So why won't we be the biggest? So please, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Chizoba Perpetua Egolu, rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management, during her address, emphasized on the need to build resilience in the face of economic uncertainty. She also talked about the versatility, strategies, challenges, opportunities, solutions, growth, and the role of stakeholders in the insurance industry.
As insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is. Also, if we could close our eyes in a flash and think about what will happen if there is no insurance business in Nigeria. First is that we won't be here. There will be no job for all of us, two of us. So our importance cannot be overemphasized. So I may bold to say that insurance is a recession-resistant industry. In fact, we can say that one of the synonyms of insurance could be resilience. So we are a business that have come to stay.
The conference featured 2 engaging panel sessions with reputable industry experts.
Here is an umbrella representing the insurance in Nigeria. You can see this umbrella here has power. It can cover the risk of an entire nation. But how many risk is under this umbrella? It is less than 1%. The contribution to the GDP, less than 1%. So we can have 100% under this risk, but the potential currently is 1%. It shows that we need to bring in all innovative technique to bring people under this umbrella. So amidst that, this umbrella here is shaking. Why is it shaking? Because of high inflation level in the country. There is so many things that is happening in the country, interest rate, volatility, and co. So those are the topical issues that we're going to be discussing today.
One is about the clients themselves, and one is about the insurance companies too. From the clients themselves, you have to pay insurance today for a purported unknown risk that could come up tomorrow. That point of, do we know whether your reward is going to be on earth or in heaven, is still one of those barriers, because people think that if I pay now, I don't know if I'm going to need it, and I might never need it. So there's still that mindset that, will it really help me? And when you put that beside young people today, they have this you only live once mindset, right? I am saying I only live once, and I'm going to put this money here. I don't know if I'm going to benefit from it, right? And when they start to think that way, and they look at, okay, what if I need it? What is the multiples I'll get? The multiples on insurance that they've put in place might not be adequate for the sort of realities that they are facing. So in the end, they will prioritize putting money on investments, putting money on even betting, yeah, because even though everybody knows that in betting you might not win, but in insurance you would always win at some point in time. But from them, they're just thinking about today. So for us,
The International Monetary Fund spring meetings continue to be center stage in a busy week that saw a softening on trade rhetoric, with global market sentiment attempting a recovery. China, however, says it will not talk with the US unless all additional tariffs are removed. It was, like I said, a busy week. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent scolded the IMF, saying the IMF must be IMF again, and calling for the institutions to step back from sprawling and unfocused agendas which have stifled their ability to deliver on their core mandates. At a presser yesterday, the Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, repeated the need for speedy resolution of trade-related differences as the sharp rise in uncertainty is weighing on economic activity. She also said a more collaborative African continent can reap gains in the tougher and tighter landscape.
We have significantly downgraded our projections for global growth. Major trade policy shifts have spiked uncertainty off the charts, accompanied by tighter financial conditions and higher market volatility. Simply put, the world economy is facing a new and major test, and it faces it with policy buffers depleted by the shocks of recent years. First and most urgent, for countries to work constructively to resolve trade tensions as swiftly as possible, preserving openness and removing uncertainty. A trade policy settlement among the main players is essential, and we are urging them to do it swiftly because uncertainty is very costly.
And still on tariffs, China is reported to be considering exempting some US imports from its 125% tariffs as it asks businesses to provide lists of goods that could be eligible. All this as Trump reasserts that trade talks with China are ongoing. Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at some of the headlines moving markets and try to join the dots to equip viewers to succeed in the marketplace. At the IMF spring meeting set to wrap up tomorrow, it was observed that financing costs in emerging economies surged in the recent market turmoil. Sovereign spreads for weaker risk-rated economies spiked up as compared with investment-grade risk, spelling higher burdens for developing countries at a time when fiscal space is tight and the additional cost burden harder to bear. Also, at an event on the sidelines of the Washington IMF meetings, the Director General, that's Nigeria Debt Management Office, Patience Oniha, noted that Nigeria was in talks with JP Morgan to be admitted back into the JP Morgan Emerging Market Bond Index as its eligibility has significantly improved. Okpayemi Agbaje speaks on what that could mean.
I think it's a good thing that Nigeria is talking to JP Morgan about the entering the government bond index. It's in 2015. That was the first significant action that took Nigeria on the path to the economic ruin that we experienced for the next decade. It was a policy decision on whether to run our currency, the naira, in more orthodox and more, I would say, sensible ways. But we had, I think, a president who did not believe in the markets, and a central bank governor who felt obliged to do whatever it took to satisfy his boss and retain his position. So in that, I think we paid a high price for exiting that government bond, that JP Morgan index, because it started the process of excluding Nigeria from markets, seizing our inflows of foreign direct investment and portfolio investment, and signaling to the world and to the markets that we were not going to follow conventional orthodox economic policies. And therefore, nobody felt obliged to invest in our markets. Unfortunately, 10 years down the road, our currency has devalued by over and over again. Somebody would have to calculate what the percentage we have suffered over the years is. Instead of taking maybe a 10 to 20% devaluation at that time, just to regularize our exchange rate and then continue to enjoy the benefits of participating in the market, we refused, and we set in a process that has seen such destruction of not just the value of our currency, but the economy itself. So I would say it's a great thing to get back into the index. It's a little piece in the process that then communicates that we're back, that we've reformed our economy, that we're doing things in a more rational manner in line with economic principles. And hopefully we can then begin to get the impact on our investments in both portfolio and foreign direct investment.
But to other stories, Wall Street extended its rally. All three major US stock indexes were higher, with a solid boost from technology shares as investors digested a mixed bag of corporate earnings and monitored progress in the US-China tariff standoff. The count of Americans filing new applications for unemployment benefits increased marginally, suggesting the labor market remained resilient despite fears of a recession. Data yesterday showed weekly jobless claims increased 6,000 to 222,000, while continuing claims declined 37,000 to 1.841 million claims. US orders for durable goods, that is items ranging from toasters to aircraft, meant to last 3 years or more, jumped 9.2% last month after slightly downwardly revised 0.9% gain in February. The surge was attributed to strong demand for commercial aircraft. Still in the US in March, the National Association of Realtors said existing home sales dropped 5.9% last month to an annual rate of 4.02 million units. Demand for houses was weighed down by higher borrowing costs, with all the uncertainty also dampening appetite. And in Germany, there was a revised growth forecast downwards to 0 for this year, as it expects its export-dependent manufacturing sector to be impacted by higher tariffs. Its previous prediction was for a 0.3% rise in GDP for 2025. Germany's GDP shrank by 0.2% last year and by 0.3% in 2023. Incoming German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has vowed to reinvigorate the economy with higher debt-funded spending on infrastructure and defense, as well as tax subsidies for investment and deregulation. Morocco is moving forward with a rail expansion plan worth 96 billion dirhams. That's about $10.3 billion, which includes construction of a high-speed line to Marrakesh, the country's main tourist hub, by 2030. Morocco's preparations to co-host the World Cup in 2030, together with Spain and Portugal, has spurred extension of high-speed intercity and urban rail networks. South Africa's producer inflation, that's PPI, slowed to 0.5% year-on-year in March. That was from 1% in February. Month-on-month, the producer price index for March was up 0.6%. Now to some global earnings releases. Pepsi reporting first quarter revenue of $17.92 billion, down 1.8% from the same period a year ago, and adjusted earnings per share of $1.48 a share. Pepsi now expects its full year core earnings to be approximately flat from the previous year, having previously forecasted mid-single digit percentage growth. Alphabet, the parent company of Google and YouTube, reported first quarter earnings after the bell, beating on both top and bottom lines. Q1 revenue at $90.23 billion beats $89.12 billion estimated, and earnings per share also better than estimated at $2.81 versus $2.01 per share expected. Google benefited from steady growth in its digital advertising business, which helped offset somewhat muted growth at its cloud computing unit. Alphabet shares spiked up in after hours. For Intel, Q1 adjusted earnings was 13 cents a share, above Wall Street's consensus. Revenue came in at $12.7 billion, also above analysts' expectations of $12.3 billion. Guidance was disappointing, though, as Intel provided a revenue forecast range of $11.2 billion to $12.4 billion for the current quarter. Compare that with the consensus call of $12.8 billion. The numbers are not bad, a slight markdown in many cases, but not enough to worry markets, even though guidance was lackluster. US futures were positive for most of after hours, buoyed by the latest releases. Just a few thoughts on the week. The macroeconomic data and corporate earnings and outlook in the US suggests, as the IMF has also said, a potentially sizable markdown, but not a recession. But we could still have a shallow recession, in my view, in 2025. The pickup in 2026 will depend on impact of the tax cut legislation and the deregulation trajectory, and how that plays to boost a rebound in the short medium term. I suspect the intense geopolitical divisions and strong mainstream resistance, including legal action playing out in the US, will paralyze any significant growth into the midterm elections, but we have to wait and see. Also, China is unlikely to be able to recruit Europe as a trading ally to replace the US. China's strong alliance with Russia will make any trade pact with Europe highly unlikely, or very, very, very narrow in scope. China and Kenya recently announced they had upgraded ties to a new level yesterday. We had President William Ruto at a state visit to China, which led to the inking of 24 memoranda of understanding to strengthen bilateral ties and aimed at bolstering a myriad of sectors. China pivots more towards Africa and emerging Asia. Europe will hold its nose and do a deal with Trump. We will see US tariffs drop after 120 days or so to more manageable levels after negotiations, but still higher than what we had in the Biden era. UK retail sales unexpectedly rose 0.4% in March, boosted by increasing sales in clothing and outdoor shops. Monthly data showed that the volume of goods bought exceeded expectations of a 0.4% contraction. Apple is shifting assembly of all US-sold iPhones to India as soon as next year, as trade war forces the pivot away from China. The push goes further and faster than investors appreciate, with the goal to source from India all 60 million iPhones sold annually in the US by 2026. Asia stock markets looking up for a second straight week of gains as investors focused on signs that the US and China were prepared to pull back from their trade war. Still in the Asia-Pacific region, South Korea and the United States agreed terms to craft a trade package aimed at removing new US tariffs before July. Well, that's all on this special edition of Global Business Insights. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television. The This is the Business Day television broadcast.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive, and it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate, but we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War, but the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing, from energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long would this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the market the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. in the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures, in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
This morning, we begin with an update from the global economic stage. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, cut Nigeria's growth forecast for 2025, dialing it back to 3.0%. That's down from the earlier 3.4% projected for 2025. The reasons, they say sluggish oil supplies and rising tension in global trade. Welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. According to the IMF, Nigeria's economic outlook has dimmed a little further. The IMF at the ongoing spring meetings in Washington trimmed our growth forecast down from 3.4% at the start of the year. It's now at 3.0. Nigeria is not the only country affected by the growth forecast. We have the same for the US, for India, for China, and all the other, and sub-Saharan Africa as a whole, including the global economy. According to the IMF's World Economic Outlook, Nigeria, alongside other commodity-dependent economies, are working on a fiscal tightrope. Oil supply is weakening based on the fact that demand from major importers is slowing, and this is all tied to the global trade tension that we can say is tightening the noose. Let's break this down. IMF says oil exporters like Nigeria are in for a tough ride. Revenues are falling, and so is our fiscal space. That means there's less money. There's probably going to be less money this year to fund capital projects or pay down debt. And this pressure is made worse by market volatility. We've seen trillions of dollars wiped off global equities market in recent times, and there's also like a shift in global asset valuation. Globally, trade is now a battleground, with US and China slapping tariffs up and down. The IMF has warned that we are entering a new era. They say it's an era where the rules of global commerce, which have been in place since World War II for more than 80 years, are being torn up and rewritten. During the spring meetings that has been holding this week, the chief economist of the IMF, Olivier, said effective tariff rates are now at levels not seen in a century. What does this mean for Nigeria? Basically, I think we're seeing the symptoms. We've seen inflation rates go up quite a bit for March. Then we are seeing slowing growth. We are going to be expecting to see slowing growth. Our equities market is not ticking as we expected it to tick. There's been limited fiscal room, basically, and all of this is happening while Nigeria is just reeling. We're just coming to a point where we want to balance out from all of the subsidy reforms, FX instability, and record high inflation. All of this is, we are now at the point where, as we are coming out of one thing, we are entering into another thing. And the bigger picture may even be more concerning if you zoom out to sub-Saharan Africa. So in sub-Saharan Africa, IMF shows a picture of a continent of two different categories of countries. One set of countries, they are racing ahead, IMF says, with innovation and reforms. They are smaller economies per se. Then we also have the larger resource-heavy countries like Nigeria, which are lagging behind. Nigeria, South Africa, and we have the same with Kenya, lagging behind. Before 2014, Nigeria was part of Africa's success story. But since the oil crash in 2014, we've been stuck. Our growth has slowed, incomes have stagnated, and our dependence on crude oil, coupled with some of our weak institutions, have turned every global shock in the world into a local crisis for Nigeria. On the show this morning, we have Dr. Uluambe Pelumi Olanubi, the co-founder and executive director of Kingsgate Advisors Institute. She's a seasoned economist with professional experience in macroeconomics, international economics, and development economics. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, David. Thanks for having me today.
Yes, it's great to have you here. So we're just going to start right away. What are some of the takeaways from IMF's economic growth, some of the takeaways from their outlook for Nigeria and especially their inflation outlook? How have they compared with previous forecasts?
All right. Thank you once again. All week that has been the discourse given the IMF World Bank Spring meeting happened in Washington, D.C. And if you look at the report carefully, you will notice that the downward revision was done for most of the economies in the world, and the reasons are not far-fetched. We are entering a season or a new world order where some would argue that this could be the end of globalization, while some would say globalization is coming with a redefinition, a way of defining globalization as we've all known it is changing. And in fact, like I said, some would argue that this is actually the end of globalization. Having said that, if we look zoom down to Sub-Saharan Africa and also Nigeria, you will see the downward revision. And as you know, Nigeria is a small open market economy, and whatever happens in the global space has direct impact or heavy impact on our own economy. And given that, you also alluded to the fact that we just rolled out some reforms within the country in the last 2-3 years, we'll say 2.5 years, and we are just reading up the benefits or the impact of these reforms on the domestic economy. And now we are seeing external forces, particularly from the geopolitical side of things, if I'll put it that way. We've seen how the Trump administration has slammed tariff across all countries, and we are seeing this embrace of protectionism rather than liberalization, or what we call trade. And this is what we now term trade war, or what we call global trade tension. So this has direct impact on global commodity prices, of which crude oil is one of those commodity prices. And you know, for Nigeria, we are still heavily dependent, sadly so, that we are still heavily dependent on crude oil as our major source of foreign exchange. This definitely has a direct impact, first on the government's balance sheets in terms of revenue to the government, and also even through the exchange rate, part. We noticed in the last couple of weeks, we've seen the exchange rate, seeing some form of pressure on the exchange rate market, and we're seeing the exchange rate tending towards 1,600. All this together are part of the reasons why the IMF reviewed our growth projection, which was supposed to be, according to their first World Economic Outlook in January, was they projected it that the growth rate of Nigerian economy would be at the pace of like 3.2%, but they reviewed it downward by a decrease of 0.2%, and they are reviewing it and forecasting that growth rate in Nigeria would likely land us at 3.0% at the end of the year. Secondly, they also reviewed the inflation. Inflation also, they are expecting to see the impact of this, particularly crude oil price, through foreign exchange market, and even generally commodities markets, because we also depend heavily on some commodities, and this will also have impact on our exchange rate, and this will feed into domestic prices, feed into cost of production. And like I said, we still have our reforms, the impact of the reforms. We are still reading up the impact of the reforms, and all that coupled together would the forecast that we will see inflation also trend upward at an average of about 26% this year, and probably over 30% next year. And this is the reality, and this is where we find ourselves as a nation.
These are the word I use is damning realities in a way. But now I want to move to a question about the tariffs. So basically, IMF has projected that there will be a decline in global growth, and Nigeria is a commodity dependent economy, that we depend on the export of commodities to survive as a nation. That's the source of our government revenue. How do you think that the tariffs or the reduction in global trade is going to affect Nigeria's oil-dependent economy? What are some of your thoughts? Can you explain to our audience how this? Do you think there's any correlation, or how do you think it's going to play out?
Thank you. So sadly, we've been talking about diversifying the economy or the revenue base of the economy away from oil for decades now. There have been talks about this, and we have been seeing some reforms actually in this line, but we are not seeing the impact, and we are still largely depending on oil as a source of our external, as a source of our foreign exchange, as a major source of revenue to the government. And you know that oil market, the way the oil market is actually very volatile. Not even just because of the current geopolitical tensions and the tariffs from Trump and the impact on commodities market, but generally any small oil market is very volatile and is sensitive to even speculation. Anything can trigger the market, and once there is a trigger that way, it could lead to an upswing or even downswing. But for the oil market, you see that the oil price is already trading below our current benchmark of $75 per barrel. Now the oil price is hovering around that $65 per barrel, and that's like $10 short, and that's huge. That's on one side. On the other side, if you look at the report recently, that about 92 million barrels of oil from Nigeria has been hanging, and there's issue with supply. So that also will feed into government revenue. And if you look at it also in the global space, you will see the demand for oil also is reducing. And if you see that this decline in global oil demand, particularly from China, can also incentivize OPEC to continue to cut their oil production quota, and that would also affect Nigeria. And let's look at how this directly affects us. Nigeria as a nation, we are more sensitive to oil production than oil price. Why? Because we are price takers. We are a small open macroeconomy and we are price takers. So whatever happens to the oil market, we take oil price, we take it the way it is. The only thing we can sort of control is the volume of production that we supply to the market. And sadly, so we're already seeing this decline, and that will definitely put more pressure on the government balance sheet and affect the government's earnings, sending the signal towards more borrowing, which we don't want to see actually.
Wow. Okay. But another question is now, okay, let's try and bring out the positives in all of what we see. We see it's not a very good look going forward, at least from the empirical state of things. When you want to empirically look at it, we are not in a very good state. But can Nigeria capitalize on shift in global supply chain to attract investment, or can we boost our non-oil exports? So we have China at 245 tariffs from the US, meaning that trade between US and China is almost effectively outlawed at this stage. Can Nigeria step into some of the global supply chains? Can we fill up the gaps? Can our shoemakers probably step in? Do we have what it takes to boost our non-oil exports?
This time is particularly important for us to look inwards. And when I say inwards, I mean Africa.
Okay.
It's time to boost our trade relationship within Africa continent. And we should leverage African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Recently, the government actually approved a 90% tariff waiver on some of our export into some of these African economies. And although AFCFTA have been around for a while, but we have not seen the impact so far because likely we are not taking advantage of this provision. So it's time for Africa to first negotiate with our current trading partners beyond the shores of Africa. Let's see negotiations that are favorable. And secondly, let's also deepen our trade policies even within Africa. That also will help us weather the storm. If we look at also some other countries within the African continent that we are not even trading with currently, but there's possibility of trading with all those African countries. So we need to actually look at region-based, ECOWAS, Sub-Saharan Africa, how we can trade within ourselves so that we can first reduce the impact of this global. And you know that tariffs from the United States impact almost all economies in the world. So every economic sort of are doing this precautionary policies. Everyone is taking this precautionary stand to still protect its fragile economy. So in the sense of that, conversations and negotiations are necessary, not just with our current trading partners, but let's look at inwards, looking at Africa. In addition to that, also within the economy, we need to have a well mapped out and a well written industrialization policies that will help our domestic firms. In addition to that, also we need to strengthen the current trade policies. That would also help how we interact and how we transact and negotiate with other economies, particularly within Africa.
Okay. We've talked about this subject quite a number of times, especially when it comes to trade within Africa. Trade within Africa, we've seen, I think, is the golden geese right now that Nigeria needs to be looking at. You mentioned something about debt, something that we don't want. Debt servicing cost in Nigeria has been a problem since 2020. I think in 2020 it was at 97%. Now we are down to 68%. That's debt servicing portion of the revenue, like debt service to revenue ratio. It's around 68%. Basically, it's straining revenues, and we are getting to a point where I would say revenue from the regular sources may not be as consistent anymore. What practical steps do you think? It means that this year we are going to probably see Nigeria borrow more than we have done in the last 2 years. What practical steps do you think Nigeria can take to avoid a full-blown debt crisis right now? Is there any way out of it?
In my own opinion, our options are very few. this is a time for us to actually embark on fiscal consolidation. I know a lot of talks has been around and have been efforts by the government also, but I think we need to intensify effort towards that. And how do I mean? First off, the tax reform that we've seen embarked on by the tax reform committee chaired by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. So we've seen them, I think they've made a lot of progress with that reform. At this point now, what I think is just to sign it into law and start implementation. So they've made a lot of progress, and I understand that this tax reform will also first of widen the tax gap, widen the tax base rather, and in place of doing that, yes, widen the tax base, and also in place of doing that, as a way of protecting small companies or small firms that are still struggling, so there's a way of protection to smaller, but also sort of taxing the bigger company, which would also help in terms of revenue mobilization for the government. That's one. Secondly, we also need to see more efficiency in government spending. We need to see more efficiency. And the first thing I would even highlight on that is to see a reduction in cost of governance. I don't want to go so much in depth in that, but we really need to do this governance shrinking and trimming all those leakages and all those excesses monies that are going on unproductive economic activities. The third point, I think one of the ways we can free up some liquidity for the government is also to sell some of the assets that are idle. Some assets are tying down a lot of capital and they are idle. So governments can either privatize this asset or involve in PPP, public-private partnership, or even concession of some of these assets that will free up some liquidity that the government can use. And if we have to borrow, we should go towards more of concessional loans that are long-term and with little or a small interest rate, because we're in high interest rate environment. If you look at the yield and the spread, we're still in high. And the debt burden is still very high. So I would recommend that we just keep on borrowing, because of debt sustainability and debt crisis, So we can actually do this fiscal consolidation strategies and see how that can help with mobilization of funds within the government and the Nigerian economy at large.
So one last question. The last question is about tariffs and how they affect Nigeria's reliance on imported goods. Basically, we import. So one of the days I was discussing with a colleague, and he said cars are about to get more expensive. I thought about it. Why? We don't import new cars into Nigeria. Basically, Nigeria is not a hub for new cars, and he talked about the fact that the old cars that are used in Nigeria will come from the places where tariffs have been set in place. So basically, how do you think Nigeria's reliance on imported goods, the whole tariff war, how do you think is going to affect or is going to worsen our inflation, and what domestic alternatives can we prioritize right now?
Like I rightly said, to say it frankly, our options are actually very few. The fiscal space is very fragile and is very small in that sense, if I use that word, and that also would affect how much capital infrastructure the government can embark on to support businesses and local production. But we are heavily reliant on imported commodities, starting from, like you said, automobiles, even to pharmaceutical, just name it, even global commodities, that we use in our value and that we use in our production. So first off, we need to actually look inwards and have more import substitution strategies. Why this is sort of long-term or medium to long-term in nature. It's a way of still building buffers eventually against what would happen. But in the short term, we can look at African continent, how much we can import within the African continent just to minimize the impact of these tariffs and how it will affect our imported commodities, knowing fully well that we already in a high inflationary environment and imported inflation is already eating up, aside the fact that we have the exchange rate issue, exchange rate stabilization issue, we still have some inherent issues that are still driving inflation. If you look at inflation numbers, month-on-month inflation, you see that upwards trend. And if we are now adding this volatility from the global space into the equation, it just signals that things might get worse. So one of the ways we can actually cope that is to leverage, like I said, African Continental Free Trade Agreement first, and also see a way of incentivizing some of our local producers. The government should also create an enabling environment for businesses, for investors. That is also important. Then lastly, which I mentioned before, we still need a clear-cut industrialization policies. This would also help investment to come in. It will help small businesses and will even help the economic, to grow on the path that we on the path and the trajectory we have set for ourselves. So these are the few things we can do. Like I said, our options are actually few, but we need to look inwards and also see if we can trade within the region.
So thank you so very much, Dr. Oluwambe Pelumi. Thank you so much for your time. It's been insightful listening to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you to our viewers. Thank you for tuning into Economy and Market on Business Day Television. It's been great having you here. We see you again on Wednesday next week. Have a wonderful weekend.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as I say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Uyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you will know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that priority incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you will start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and
Welcome to the Business Day Insurance Conference. Our theme today focuses on resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry.
Business Day Media hosted the Insurance Conference 2025 on the 16th of April, bringing together leading voices from across Nigeria's insurance landscape. The conference had a strategic gathering of CEOs, regulators, policymakers, and innovators committed to reimagine the future of insurance in Nigeria. The event themed Resilience and Growth in Uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry, kicked off with a welcome address by the editor of Business Day Media Limited, Temitope Fabule, who highlighted the importance of the insurance industry as a pillar of national stability.
Penetration of insurance in Nigeria is just 1%, of the GDP per capita. But now imagine that if it grows, if it increased by just 1%, Nigeria's economy would unlock about 1.5 billion in additional economic value. So for every 1% that is unlocked in insurance, it's an additional 1.5 billion. And you can imagine if that compounds. For an economy that also is turning the corner, obviously, with new businesses rethinking investments in Nigeria, taking more risk, it means you also need to take insurance. So obviously the opportunities are there. Not just the typical ones, life, your car insurance, but also a change of mindset. And of course, with the numbers that we have in Nigeria, you unlock a lot of opportunity.
Also followed was a goodwill message delivered by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Mr. Ekerete Ola Gamikon. Representing the CEO of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyin.
So the insurance industry is the biggest industry in Nigeria. Yes, I heard when the editor said insurance is not as big as it is elsewhere in the world. That's a misconception. The insurance industry is the biggest. Why do I say that? By the time we begin to hear from the keynote address and other conversations, we'll discover it, we'll find out, we'll appreciate it. So how it works is that we secure all of the businesses that are being done in Nigeria. So when you see the value of Dangote Refinery, it's the insurance company that holds it together. When you see the BUA group, any group at all that you mention, it's the insurance industry that holds it together. Because what we call the sum insured, which you don't understand, is the value of what we secure. So why won't we be the biggest? So please, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Chizoba Perpetua Egolu, Rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management, during her address, emphasized on the need to build resilience in the face of economic uncertainty. She also talked about the versatility, strategies, challenges, opportunities, solutions, growth, and the role of stakeholders in the insurance industry.
As insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making the headlines this afternoon. MTN Group suffers cyber attack. INEC studies Supreme Court's judgment on Obi and Abure. Ibasmith's reps panel today as protests continue. Ukraine may have to give up land for peace, says Kyiv Mayor Klitschko. La Liga report global £5 billion revenue amid local growth surge. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Africa's largest telecom operator, MTN Group, has suffered a cybersecurity incident that resulted in unauthorized access to personal information of some of its customers in certain markets. The company revealed that its core network billing systems and financial services infrastructure remains secure and fully operational despite the attack. The telecom operator on Thursday, April 25th, revealed that the unknown third party has claimed to have accessed data linked to part of its systems. Moving on, the Independent National Electoral Commission has not yet reached a final decision regarding the leadership of the Labour Party following a recent Supreme Court ruling. According to reports, the Commission was still reviewing the court's judgment, insisting that a decision would only be taken after INEC had studied the certified true copy of the judgment. The Supreme Court had on April 4, 2025, overturned an earlier ruling by the Court of Appeal that had recognized Julius Abure as the national chairman of the party. The Apex Court held that the appeal court lacked jurisdiction over internal party matters. And in the local news, the Rivers State Sole Administrator, Vice Admiral Ibok Eter Ibas, is expected to appear before the House of Representatives Committee overseeing the state administration under the emergency rule on Thursday, but did not attend the meeting. The committee chairman, Professor Julius Yombere, who declined to speak to the press afterwards, conducted a closed-door session with committee members lasting about 15 minutes. The meeting included prominent lawmakers like the Deputy Chief Whip, Ali Issa, and the chairpersons of various House committees, including those for federal character, finance, water resource, and health services. And on the foreign scene, the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, has revealed that Ukraine may have to give up land as part of a peace deal with Russia. This amid a growing pressure from President Donald Trump to accept territorial concessions. The 53-year-old former boxing champion, however, insisted that Ukrainian people would never accept occupation by Russia. The mayor revealed this hours after a Russian missile and drone attack on Kyiv killed 12 people and injured more than 80. Klitschko is now one of the most senior Ukrainian politicians to indicate publicly that his country may have to give up territory, albeit temporarily. And now to sport, La Liga has now announced record-breaking financial reports for the 2023-24 season, reinforcing its position as one of the most commercially successful football leagues in the world. Spain's top-flight football division reported that total revenue exceeded £5.049, marking a 3.2% increase from the previous campaign. The strong financial record was driven largely by La Liga's commercial income, which surpassed £1 billion for the second consecutive year, reaching £1.288 billion. According to reports, this record represents a strong post-pandemic recovery for the league. Well, that does it this afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Do stay tuned.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services.